В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си, тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Robotics Strategy Forum, the event which gives you the insights and emerging trends in the field of robotics and automation. It has been another exciting year in the field of robotics. We have even non-traditional players such as Tesla entering the market with their Tesla bot. We have global robot density at record heights. And we have significant development in the satellite industries of robotics and automation, such as the EU Semiconductor Initiative, wishing to achieve an ambitious goal of 20% market share by 2013, and the EU Battery Initiative, which aims to invest billions in new generation batteries. Those and some more developments are just a small part of what we've seen on the innovation ecosystem globally and in our region. Joining me for the opening of Robotics Strategy Forum is the Executive Director of the Bulgarian Agency for Promotion of Small and Medium Enterprises, Mr. Boyko Takov. Good morning, Mr. Takov. Mr. Takov, can you we think you're muted. Can you?
Sorry.
Yes.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Takov. So can you share with us your perspective, what happens on the Bulgarian tech scene and in the Bulgarian ecosystem this year?
Yeah, first of all, dear friends from Para, I would like to congratulate you for today's event and for all your activities as an organization. The topics you have chosen are extremely interesting and relevant, and I believe that they will be topics that we could and we will work on together. The global chip shortage is a problem both for the industry and for all of us as consumers who are experiencing in one form or another this negative effect of the crisis. Speaking of batteries and the European plan for their development, I sincerely believe that Bulgaria has a place in the process and that science and business should work together in this direction. Developed economies are setting trends in robotics and autonomous systems, setting trends in future industrial development, and we should encourage our small and medium enterprises to seek and to use all the opportunities that Industry 4.0 offers them. So far, Industry 4.0 is mainly brought forward by bigger companies, and small and medium enterprises are risking not being able to exploit this huge potential. As the previous economic crisis showed, small and medium enterprises proved to be more robust than bigger companies because of their flexibility, their entrepreneurial spirit, and their innovation capabilities. As such, the successful implementation of Industry 4.0 has to take place not only in large enterprises, but even more important in small and medium enterprises. Because of often limited financial and human resources, the implementation of Industry 4.0 represents a special challenge for our companies. Up to now, small and medium enterprises are partially ready to adapt to Industry 4.0 concepts. In particular, smaller enterprises face a high risk of not being able to benefit from this industrial revolution. The path of Bulgarian small and medium enterprises is extremely challenging, but could not be missed or postponed if we want to have a developed and competitive economy. That is why your efforts in this direction are extremely important, and I firmly believe that the more people looking in one direction, the faster the goal shall be achieved.
Mr. Takov, we thank you very much for your opening and for the congratulations towards Para. We do appreciate them, and we do wish you and the agency best of luck in incentivizing the small and medium enterprises and in promoting innovations in the Bulgarian economy.
Thank you very much, and see you soon in person.
See you soon, Mr. Takov.
Thank you.
Following the introduction by Mr. Takov, we will shortly discuss the results of our survey regarding the level of automation in the Bulgarian industry. We asked Bulgarian enterprises a couple of questions. First, what type of automation do you consider for your business? Do you consider software automation or discrete automation or both? Nearly half of the enterprises said they considered software or RPA automation. We have 25% of companies who said that they wish to implement discrete and software automation. But more on the initiatives in the field of automation and in the field of innovations, not in the enterprises, but in Sofia municipality, we'll have an opening keynote by Mr. Gencho Kerezov, who is Deputy Mayor of Sofia municipality and responsible for digitalization and innovation in the municipality. Mr. Kerezov, I'd like to welcome you here with us. Good morning.
Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here.
Likewise. So tell us, what's your perspective on the development of innovations and automation this year from the perspective of Sofia municipality?
Digitalization and automation and the entire topics of how technology can influence business and government has been a center point in the policy of the Mayor Jordanka Fandukova for the last couple of years. Since this year, since this term, she has started a separate department called Digitalization, Innovation and Economic Development, which I have the honor to lead as of today. And we have put a very special focus on digital transformation of Sofia. It is implemented in two ways. First, automating the municipality, the services that we do, the processes that we have internally, and on the other hand, creating the proper conditions for businesses and for the citizens to be able to innovate, to be able to automate and to create Sofia, to turn Sofia into a real digital hub that is attractive for both large investors and smaller businesses. We have been working very extensively with innovative companies, with startups, with consultants that are very well prepared on worldwide level on how to implement such digital transformations. And so far the results have been quite impressive. We were able to launch a very solid program that also Para helped structure, which is our sandbox for innovation. We have allowed startup companies to come in and to really innovate into solving urban challenges. And we put a limited small financial risk into developing those innovations, and then the ones that work, we're going to scale up when we already have such projects together also with you. And this is where I want to really express my appreciation to Para and
We appreciate it.
Yes, because organizations like you really demonstrate what a proper lobbying efforts should look like. I mean, you are protecting the interest of an industry, but also the citizens in their entirety, and meeting just the two worlds of the regular life of people and how digitalization, automation and technology and the businesses that are involved in technology can work together to create a better Sofia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kerezov, for that opening and for the congratulations. We will definitely continue supporting your initiatives and working in partnership with you going forward.
Thank you very much. We are very much looking forward to even increase our efforts in automation as well. So congratulations for the great event and looking forward to working with you and all the companies that are watching today. Please contact us, go to innovativesofia.bg, contact the team, show us what kind of technologies you have and how you can solve or automate the urban challenges that we currently have so we can make the life of people better.
Sorry to emphasize on that one, but contact Innovative Sofia definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerezov. Now, continuing with our automation survey results, as you've seen, both companies and the municipality itself consider software automation as one of the main tools to progress forward. But we also asked the companies, what are your automation budgets? This year, we've seen something interesting. We've seen that large automation budgets are no longer the trend. We've seen that nearly half of the automation budgets, which were described in our survey, are below 1,000 leva. We've seen that 21% of automation budgets range between 100,000 and 300,000 leva, and we have only 13% of automation budgets which exceed 1 million leva. We asked, which is your main motive for investing in robotics and automation? A couple of years back, the main motive was increased production, but this year we're seeing something different. We're seeing 54% of companies saying their main motive is cost optimization and process integration. We've seen 42% of companies saying that their main motive for investing in robotics and automation is increased production, and we're seeing an increasing number of companies, 38% of all of the companies which have filled our survey, who say that their main motive for investing in robotics and automation is the lack of workforce, a trend which is actual both on a local and a global level. We asked what type of robots would fit and you consider fit for your production. Now here the answers ranged a lot, but the main answer, 33% of companies said that robots for assembly and assembly lines are the main type of robots which would help enhance their production capabilities. 25% of companies said inspection robots are needed for their production. 21% focused on welding robots, which are a traditional method for enhancing the productivity, especially in the fields of automotive, machinery, and etc. etc. And we have 17% of companies saying paint and service furnishing robots were needed in order to enhance their production. We see that automation in the Bulgarian industry is an evolving and constantly changing trend. We're seeing that investments in hardware do need process integration, do need software, and innovation budgets may get smaller at times, but it's more important that they become focused, concentrated, and focused on enhancing the level of competitiveness of the enterprises. Those were the results of our survey. Dear viewers, please stay tuned for our first panel, which is going to discuss a trend which we mentioned with Mr. Takov, which is the global chip shortage and how Bulgaria can join in the global fight to end chip shortage soon. Stay tuned.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel of Robotics Strategy Forum 2021, where we'll discuss the global chip shortage and how Bulgaria and the CE in general can use the opportunity to enhance their productivity forward. Joining me for the panel are Mr. Angel Zunov, who is a member of Stripes, a company which does predictive maintenance for one of the major players in the field of chip manufacturing. Mr. Petr Statev, who is the chairperson of the supervisory board of Sofia Tech Park and founder of a company acquired by one of the leading global foundry companies. And Mr. Krasimir Petkov, who is the founder and CEO of Milar International, a company which is active in semiconductor robots and semiconductor automation technologies. Gentlemen, I did a brief introduction for you, but can you introduce yourself and say a couple of words about your projects this year and what your focus is?
If you want, you can start.
You go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Angel Uzunov, and I'm a group manager at Stripes. Stripes is a company which is owned by the ICT Holding in the Netherlands, and in Bulgaria we have offices in 3 locations: Sofia, Plovdiv, and Burgas. We are specialized in software solutions, and for the semiconductor business we are operating and we are working closely with one of our main clients, the Netherlands company ASML, for which we are working over various projects for the diagnostics, maintenance, predictive maintenance, monitoring, for the metrology, for the testing, and so on. And also we, outside of the semiconductor business, we have clients with industrial automation, industrial robots, etc.
Thank you for this, Mr. Uzunov. Mr. Statev, Mr. Petkov, who will go next?
Good morning to everyone. My name is Petr Statev. First of all, I'm an entrepreneur, majority shareholder and CEO of the Smartcom Group. It's an international company which with offices in UK, Bulgaria and Turkey, offering professional services to the companies like Facebook and Google. Also, during recent years, strongly involved in IoT business. Smartcom is among very few companies in Bulgaria which continues to, all through the years, more than 30 years on the market, to design, manufacture, install and support special telecommunication devices and system. And recently, it's my honor to be chairman of the supervisory board of Sofia Tech Park, where we aim to close the gap between the academy world and business. Hopefully, this started to happen, and our recent project is establishment of and elaboration of the newest supercomputer in Bulgaria, Discoverer, which has more than 6 petaflops computation power. So it's my pleasure to be here and to discuss the topic with you.
Mr. Petkov?
So like the gentleman before me, I'm also one of those which start business in '84 here in Bulgaria. But I moved my business in United States, and we're very involved in semiconductor industry. Mainly, we're providing equipment for many different processes which is used in semiconductor industry. There are more than 300 processes. I was gladly say that ASML is my client. And not just ASML, but everybody who is involved in the semiconductor industry are our client. We mainly providing transporting systems, so robots and systems related to transporting semiconductor wafers. Also, our company is involved in a bunch of processes like optical inspection, lithography. And I'm very happy to say that our business is all over the world. We have more than 200 clients, and we have more than 30 of tier 1 clients, which is proudly we will say the biggest one buying from us. We moved our business in Bulgaria 10 years ago, and I'm very happy to say that this was a very proudly moved and made in a proper way, because we find out that In Bulgaria, people are extremely smart and very full with imagination, so we can find good engineers here. Unfortunately, the climate is not there when we come, but right now the climate changes so rapidly, and I'm so happy to see the young generation of engineers here at the Sofia Tech Park in Sofia and Plovdiv. When you see the enthusiasm and the way how Bulgarians works today, I'm extremely proud to say that I think Bulgaria is going to succeed.
We definitely do share your feelings, Mr. Petkov. So, starting with the first question, everyone in the media asked, what caused the global chip shortage of 2021? When will it end? Gentlemen, what are your perspectives on the issue? Maybe
I don't
start.
know who is going to start,
Doesn't matter.
but I think one of the major role for the global shortage was the pandemic. I mean, and also was the political reasons, because right now I think Europe and United States and Asia, totally in Asia, they have a little bit different perspective about the future. So I believe the war in the market of domination of electronic component market is starting. I think some of the well-established companies, they realize that many things happening in Asia very fast, and a lot of new emerging technologies happening today, from the production of new substrates, also from the production of new chips, and also who is going to dominate that, let's say, 5G or power components, who is going to dominate that industry. I believe Europe and United States, they realize they have to invest a lot of money to go back to that game, and that shortage is going to be very short term, I think.
I would say that such kind of shortage is not something unusual. We saw during the years many such of shortage. Initially it was with the fiber optic cables, then it was with memory chips. Sometimes it's due to some nature events like flooding or fires or whatever. By example, last year very strong winter stopped the fabrics in Texas. Then the fire in Japan stopped their fabrics for microcomputers, for system on chips. So sometimes it's, and especially now, my understanding, it's a kind of collaboration among many factors. From one side, pandemic, no doubt. But from other side is a rising demand for microcontrollers. Think about so named hype around IoT. We are trying to put microcontrollers everywhere. Even some people predict that we will inject some kind of microcontrollers recently in our bodies. So from one side, demand is rising very strong. We really are trying to put microcontrollers everywhere due to this very strong push for digitalization of everything. Digitalization of of cities, of industry, of our life, social environment. So demand is very strong, and from others' point of view, this shortage is not from today, even not from yesterday, because in 2019 and early 2020, it was the first sign that 200 millimeters wafers, it was a shortage already at that time. So demand, pandemic, and some natural events, some accidents, all of them as a combination put us in the situation today. And there is one more factor which I do believe is a kind of speculation. As I mentioned, my companies are designing and producing equipment. In some of the cases, when we're talking about the big amounts, we produce in China, adding software in Bulgaria, and then shipping everywhere. So what's happened is that 2 years ago, €1 pallet was not pallet but container price was roughly $1,700. Today is 10 times higher, 1,700. So combination of factors which cause this shortage, but I don't think there is a place for panic. Even some big vendors promise delivery time of 22 weeks or even more. All this will pass very soon, as both Europe and US are massively investing in microelectronic fabrics plants. By example, only Bosch invested $1.5 billion in their new fabric in Dresden under the Silicon Saxony initiative. So I do believe we need to continue to develop our society and business, and soon this shortage shall be, we will find workaround.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe just to add on top of what we heard, I think that the chip shortage started years ago. It's not from yesterday. And yes, the corona pandemic for sure strengthened this, the whole situation because of the increased demand of, the mankind for electronic devices. As you know, our colleague said, the IoT sector, where we literally want, to be connected into the network all the time. Now working from home or going to the office, we want to control our heating system, our cooling system, even our refrigerator. So, this eats chips, this needs chips. But if we look to the past, in 2000 there were 25 companies which were involved in the fabrication of high grade technology microchips. Within the years, the number of companies which were investing money in building new foundries basically started to decrease, because the economical factor was very, very strong and very high. To build a modern foundry to produce high grade technology microchips cost a huge amount of money. So in 2000 we had 25 companies. Today we had, let's say, 3 companies which are building foundries in the high level segment. And those companies are Intel, TSMC and Samsung. So you can imagine that today the mankind needs 700 billion microchips per year.
Indeed.
For smartphones, for computers, for IoT devices, for the smart cars, for the military industry, for the aerospace industry, everywhere. 700 billion. And this demand is growing every year with 12%. And now we have 3 companies which have foundries in this high-grade segment of microchips. So my prediction is that the crisis with the shortage of microchips is not going to end tomorrow. It's going to continue. And it's going to continue because the demand of the mankind for microchips, for high technology microchips, will also grow. The supply chain for the semiconductor business is the most complex in the world. This is the most complex business. The supply chain is crazy, literally crazy. I will give you this example. For your design company, the so-called fabless company, which your headquarters is, let's say, in the California, in Cupertino, and you're making the design of your microchip, but you don't have the resources to invest in a foundry. And even if you have the resources, you just don't have the time to build a foundry let's say, in your area, because this will take a big amount of time. So what you are doing, you make the design in Cupertino, then you're sending this design via internet to Asia, where we have one of the biggest foundry, the TSMC foundry, and basically you are outsourcing the production, the fabrication of your microchip to a company like TSMC, because they are focused in the foundry business. They invested billions of dollars to build a modern foundry. So they're producing your microchips, and the production in the foundry of the microchips, takes between 2 and 3 months. And after that, those silicon wafers which are produced in the foundry, there is whole ecosystem attached to this foundry of smaller companies which are doing, let's say, the thermal solutioning, the packaging. So, and the period from the production, from the initial start production in the foundry until the microchip, comes to the end user, can be up to 6 months. And now we are talking about 700 billion microchips per year, which means that every person on this world is using 128 microchips per year.
I think that.
Well, can I say a few words because the gentleman describing the classic structure and the classic problem of a semiconductor industry. The major problem of a semiconductor industry is that few companies can spend that much money to innovate and to produce, because just think about it, there are 300 or 400 processes, which every one is extremely expensive. So the one foundry in TSMC maybe costs $20 billion. So also the ecosystem around packaging, ASE Spill, this is the major big company which is doing the packaging. They start moving a lot of production right now in China. But also this factory costs a lot of money. Every new design require brand new line. So this means immediately new equipment. I've been in TSMC and the entire floor full with production lines with all equipment all over the world, and they don't know how to use it anymore because that production stopped. This have to be pulled out for the new equipment. So I'm extremely, optimistic, because if we continue in the same way, this is not going to be the future. I think the future is going to be of micro production. This means you have to be able to make chips, not with $20 billion factory, but you have to be able to make chips with the factory which is going to be with the size of this room. And it's a new way of doing this. Our company is extremely involved in this kind of stuff. Also, we're talking about another production. We're talking about nanotechnologies. Technology which is going to change the world of microchips also. And I believe these two methods, they're going to change a lot of things for the future. It's why, where is the vacuum? Vacuum is always filled up with something new. So I believe the human beings, we're going to find a way to overcome this.
So one question we've received as far as the association from most of the media, since there's a shortage, why can't we have a chip manufacturer in Bulgaria? Why can't we attract a foundry in Bulgaria?
What a beautiful question. And I would like this gentleman to talk about it, because he knows about the semiconductor industry in Bulgaria. Maybe he knows that in 1984, Bulgaria produced more computers than the entire world together.
Absolutely.
Maybe he remembered that Bulgaria was maybe giving a lot of robotics in this planet. I was very proud to say that my professor, Misha Konstantinov, is the guy who did the 7 structures of the robots, which after this was used all over the world. And unfortunately, we screw up pretty good. So let's see.
All this disappeared, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All this disappeared due to our, let me say this way, our unpreparedness to live and work in open market conditions. And there are a few more factors, but let's talk about the future. To have a foundry in Bulgaria, I don't believe. First of all, 2 factors. First of all, incredibly high investment. I mentioned under the Silicon Saxony initiative in Dresden, Bosch invested and built new fabric, 1.5 billion euro.
TSMC 20 billion.
Intel over than 20 billion, two factories in US. So this is out of the ability of Bulgaria, and even the France or Germany or UK, they struggle to build something similar, but still not competitive. So I do believe that the place for Bulgaria, clever guys and girls, is not to be in a foundry lines, which are highly automatized today, but to do what we can do on our best, which means simulation, emulation of the checking if X design can be produced properly in specific foundries. So this is the process which takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and there is a lot of opportunity for automation. So it's a kind of programming work, but you need to understand physics, you need to understand technology, you need to understand circuit theory. So complex knowledge in which I do believe is the future of Bulgaria semiconductor industry.
But not just this. I believe Bulgaria have a lot of opportunity in the field of automation.
Oh, of course.
We, especially, for example, our company, we're reaching all over the world clients. We have so much orders all over the world right now, we cannot even fulfill that. Right now, as we talk, we're working for 50, 60 different projects. So I think automations, robotics, I mean, the gentleman is talking about the software. So semiconductor software is multi-layer. Down there on the chip level, after this you have something which creating kinematics for different robots and all this stuff. After this you have a firmware which is running a system, and this system is inside of the factory, and because in the factory it's a fully automated factory, so it's calling front-end software, which front-end software is connected to a centralized computer. So we can manage that portion very good.
Absolutely.
And I believe if Bulgaria have to play some sort of role in that, absolutely. Software portion of the semiconductor automation, plus hardware portion of the semiconductor automation related to different processes. Example, Holland is not a semiconductor company, but Holland holding one of the most successful companies in semiconductor world, which is doing lithography. There are no semiconductor factory in the world that's not using ASML lithography tools. Exactly. And they start from nothing. They start from zero. I will mention only one thing. Maurice Chain, who started TSMC, he started TSMC also with nothing. He was American, he worked in Texas Instrument, and he went to Asia to start semiconductor production in the country which first he went to China, and he realized China, it's impossible to do this because Chinese are not disciplined like Taiwanese people. In order to have a factory which is going to produce 99% yield, you have to have first the infrastructure, you have to have the people who are disciplined to do that, and you have to have that infrastructure with Taiwan was offering to Maurice Chain to start TSMC. And I believe...
Sorry to stop you, but TSMC started in their high technology park, south of Taipei.
Exactly. So this is what I want to do the connection.
Right.
And he have only one idea. He says, everybody who design chip, they're going to work for me. So think about this.
That's right.
Why not in Bulgaria the same idea, the same start, which is going to bring here something which nobody else has? Nano, micro technology, automation. We can take that part of the world very easy, but we have to realize how to do it. And now there are going to be a lot of companies like Qualcomm or anybody else, like in the old day, Delphi, which cannot invest that big money on the fabs. That's why they went to Taiwan.
So to elaborate a bit more, what niches can Bulgaria exploit in the field of semiconductor manufacturing? Should we design game chips? Should we focus on 5G chips? Should we focus on do you have any ideas which type of niches can be developed here in the semiconductor industry?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if I cannot, let's say, another perspective over the topic, because gentlemen were talking about Taiwan, and can we build a foundry business in Bulgaria? The Taiwan economy is built around the semiconductor business. The whole country, the whole government is supporting the semiconductor industry there.
But start from farming.
It starts from farming,
to
exactly.
Semiconductor.
True. And so what they do is
with one person vision.
Yes, the semiconductor business there, they have a whole ecosystem of supporting businesses which are basically supporting the semiconductor. The education system, even in the early high school, they have topics like electrical engineering and all those kind of stuff, and this is how basically the country is supporting the development of this segment. Because you can have all the resources in the world, like money, like the people. For example, China, they're extremely good in the mega projects, right?
Indeed.
But if you don't have the brains, if you don't have the domain expertise, you cannot just jump in the semiconductor business from tomorrow. It will just take time. And some of our opportunities where we can basically be very creative and innovative. In the beginning, I said that the semiconductor supply chain is extremely complex, the most complex in the world. So now you can imagine that those big names, those big companies, they're focused in manufacturing semiconductor manufacturing equipment, materials, and all those kind of important things, which are involved in the semiconductor manufacturing process. Which means that those big companies, they have a lot of problems inside, right? And they just don't have the time, because this will change the focus of their main business. And this is a good niche where the companies in Bulgaria can basically deep dive what are those problems, can be innovative, creative, and build some solutions. I'm talking from software perspective, because this is the domain where we operate. But for example, from software perspective, we are working together with ASML over the diagnostic and monitoring software, because one modern foundry can cost up to 20 billion, and there are very few companies which are going to invest that kind of money in in building a new foundry, because there is one factor, which is the brutal economical factor. After 5 years, this foundry will be already outdated, because the technology is shifting, right? So yeah, you don't need just the resources, and if you build this foundry, if you invest those 20 billion, this means that this fabrication need to work 24/7. And they need, to sell the products with a high premium in order, to have a good margins. And that's why we are focusing in building diagnostic, monitoring, predictive maintenance solutions, because we need to keep those machines, those semiconductor manufacturing equipment up and running day and night. Because this is how the game works. The demand is huge. Manufacturing facilities are, let's say, not enough today. And hopefully, I really hope that now America is going to invest up to 50 billion in semiconductor and battery businesses. Even they're okay to offer companies like Samsung and TSMC to build factories on, in America, because America, Europe, China, everybody, the big countries, they want to build independence from semiconductor manufacturing.
Digital independence.
Exactly.
Indeed. Mr. Statev, are we overlooking some niches? Can we see additional opportunities for semiconductors here in Bulgaria?
We don't need to guess. Hopefully, we continue to live in open world. Even the pandemic puts some limits, some borders, but generally said, we're still living in a global world, and the young entrepreneurs needs to do only one thing. First of all, to be well educated, and second, to keep their mind and eyes open. I completely agree with my colleagues here that there are two approaches. One, to build new based on the domain knowledge you have. This is a classical approach, possible. But there is also another one approach, to start from zero and to make a breakthrough. And let me to give you an example. Games. Before 2000, no one was doing games in Bulgaria. In 2000, in my company, former company, we built the first computer games in a formal social pact. Today, how many games company we have? It's a business. And there are very huge companies and there are presence of international players. So again, instead to guess where to go and what to do, there are alternatives. One, to be someone with the visionary and to be supported on the political level, which doesn't happen during recent years. And second, global open market and entrepreneurship, which actually builds the modern ICT industry in Bulgaria, hopefully without too many involvement of the state.
So, well, I want to say something which is, I'm listening what he says. He says almost impossible to build semiconductor factory in Bulgaria. I think everything is possible. It's like a sport. You can win only if you dream big, if you make big. My company starts from nothing. We start from zero. How come many years later everybody comes to us? Who we are. We start from nothing and all of a sudden right now we are player and our brand is very well known around the world. And I would say this can start from the same zero. It's not zero anymore because over here it's a lot of things happening in Bulgaria. And I'm absolutely certain that if you think big, you're always going to win. And like he says, we have to have a little help from the government, because I was invited in a conference like this many years ago, and I heard the amount of money spent for research and development in Bulgaria was only $40 million. And at the same time, I'm working in US with the laboratory, which is spending that much money for a year. Right now, I believe it's a lot more, but we definitely have to invest more in education. This is what my company does in Plovdiv right now. We are involved deeply in university. We opened laboratory over there for robotics. We are involved in the high schools. There are a lot of our high schools. They're coming to our company to take the summer jobs. Also, right now, with the help of the Ministry of the Education, we're starting a new school. We're opening a new discipline in Plovdiv for electromobility, because we start doing electromobiles also, you know. So I think it's a lot of opportunity right now in our country to get involved in a semiconductor recovery in Europe, because there's going to be a lot of need. I mean, a lot of need of automation and a lot of need of a company which is satellites around the big companies. ST Micro exists, Infineon exists, Bosch exists. They're going to grow up more. So there's going to be a lot of need of production of process equipment, which we can take over here.
Nice. So what should be the role of the state in enhancing the semiconductor industry? Mr. Statev, you mentioned that it should not interfere, but what should be the role? Investing in education, providing infrastructure, or something else?
I do believe that the role of the state is very simple. Need to provide clear rules, stable rules. Environment. Education, basic education, yes, it's something that state must ensure. But then the specific shall be taken on the shoulders of the business, of industry. As my colleague here provoked me to remember, during late 80s, even all the problems, there were a few very big successes of Bulgarian industry. Taken some markets on North Africa, in Gulf area, in Asia. Why? Because at that time it was something which we today name clusters. DESIO state organization which collect all the necessary power starting from education, but also marketing, sales, production, everything. So it's like a boxer with the kick. Now we have clusters. Do they work in Bulgaria? I would say no. So what shall be the role of the state again on a basic question? To provide predictable environment for a business and not to bother business.
Mr. Ozunov, what should be the role of the state in promoting the semiconductor industry?
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question. Just to add here, let's see on this perspective. It is impossible to build a semiconductor foundry business tomorrow, from today to tomorrow, because it will take time. It will take a decade to do this. Purely from even if we take the simpler factor, the supply chain, the semiconductor equipment which you are going to need, you just need to wait on the line for this, because most of the companies already pre-sold years ahead semiconductor equipment. So it's impossible to do this from today to tomorrow. I didn't say that it is not possible to do this for the future. We just need to be patient and very focused in this direction. If we want to build a strong foundations of semiconductor businesses in Bulgaria, we need the support of the companies and the support of the government in the directions where we are going to need the infrastructure, we are going to need the education system to be updated and to be focused, in the direction of semiconductor manufacturing processes, or even the semiconductor design processes. Why not? Let's not focus just in the foundry. There are so many opportunities where we can focus, in the design, in the testing, etc. So yes, the government should basically should build a good and healthy and stable economic environment, good and let's say perspective education system to support the, let's say, to grow electrical engineers who will be interested to work in the semiconductor business. But again, it will take time, and that's normal.
Well, taking time is always. But when we're talking about disruptive technologies and when we're talking about disruptive thinking, what we have to think is the most important: what is going to happen to the human race for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years? And if the country concentrate thinking of what we can do here in Bulgaria for the emerging new technology, the new way of thinking, I believe we can escape a lot of steps of slow building of not just semiconductor industry, but any industry which is going to be important for us. So it's why, if we want to be successful, we're supposed to think about the future. And if we think about the future, we're always going to find that beautiful niche which our small and smart country can get in. And if we can think about that, we're always going to find it. It's why I'm talking about nanotechnology. I mean, who knows about nanotechnology today? There are few clusters around the world which is working in that field. I'm very happy to be able to work with the Northeastern University. We're building nano clusters. We have a patent on the first, like, not TSMC, like KLA Tencor have a patent on the cluster tool for vacuum technology. We have a patent on the tool which is nano cluster tool, our company. But together with Boston University, we're working on a lot of building chips directly with nanomaterials, just layer by layer. Also, we're doing this thing with the Singapore University right now, with Surrey University in England. This is something which we can get in very from the beginning. Also, like I says one more time, what's happening today is think about need of energy. So if we go in that direction also, So emerging technology, and we have to think how we can get in.
I want to add, Bulgaria, as every state member in the European Union, has a document which is named Intelligent Strategy for Smart Specialization. The question is how intelligent and how specialized is it? It is, sorry. We need to think about, because again, we are a relatively small country. So there is even today, we experience a lack of resources, human resources. So I don't think it's possible to have tens or even hundreds different goals. We need really to be focused and to choose on a society level, because state is on the top of society. It shall work for society. So we need to choose those niches based on some kind of visionary or market understanding, or simply working with someone who is clever and big enough to lead. But we need to be more focused, instead to pay attention and to throw money everywhere, because the result is like a water in a sense. So this happens until recently. Yes. Pushing money everywhere, there's no result. For a small markets as us, we have only one chance from the very beginning, for every startup, to be focused on the global markets, because internal market is not sustainable, cannot ensure sustainability. So again, what is the role of the government? To focus the limited resources we have in area, in niches, in industries where we do believe we can make a breakthrough on a global market. That's the only, from my point of view, my humble opinion, there's the only way to be successful on the global markets. We are not competing with Serbs, with Romanians, even on everyday businesses, but globally said, we are competing with everyone in the open world today.
So, two things you discussed: perspectives on the future, government planning. You know that the EU wants to achieve a 20% market share in the field of semiconductors by 2030. Do you think we can achieve a 20% market share in the competition with Asia and America in just 10 years?
Well, right now it doesn't look easy because what we did for the last 30 years in the Western world, because I live in the United States for 30 years, we let Asia do everything for us, and we took advantage of this thing. So for these 30 years, they work very strongly, and they learn how to do it. Right now, they even learn how to do the process equipment. They don't want to buy from us any more process equipment, because in Taiwan, in every garage, they make semiconductor equipment today. So it's going to be very difficult because it's not too much left in Europe, and it's not too much left in the United States either. It's good news in US, in Europe, it's a lot of new stuff happening. And based on that, maybe we have a chance.
Europe is investing for a lot of times during last few frame period, 7 years frame period. It was few European level initiatives like Celtic and many others like Silicon Saxony or Grenoble, what is around Grenoble in France. I do believe we need, in Europe generally said, we need to be more effective in what we're doing. Much more pragmatic and less to spend attention and intention on rules and bureaucracy. The battle is a global battle, and if the two other competitors, Asia and US, are so pragmatic and effective, what we need to do to be better than them. Is it possible? We'll see. My belief is on a young generation which are coming and are ready to take a higher level of risk. Not to be this lazy, fully satisfied society which are very attractive for people from Africa or from Middle East, but not effective from economical point of view. It's a really global question. It's very difficult to be answered. Yes, we have a chance, but we need to be much more pragmatic and effective.
We have to learn how to work like Asians.
So Europe today is already on the map of the semiconductor supply chain, and it's a key player. The most complex and the most expensive technology in the semiconductor manufacturing process, the lithography, mainly comes from Europe, from this company in the Netherlands, the ASML. So imagine that the whole semiconductor business totally relies on the Europe company to build faster those lithography systems in order those companies to be able to extend the foundries and to be able to take the current demand of the semiconductors. It's going to be challenging for sure to build 20% independence from the semiconductor perspective, but I can agree with the right focus, with the right support from the Europe government, and maybe with some collaboration with Asia, with United States, it can be achieved. For 10 years, I don't know, but for the future, for sure, it can.
I heard that the 27 countries which is involved in European Union is going to borrow about $220 billion or euro to reinvest, to recover the semiconductor industry. This is going to be beautiful because it's going to boost a lot of technology, a lot of knowledge. And what happened with ASML, for example, how ASML survived, how ASML started and survived over the years. And right now they dominate around the world for lithography. But at the same time, ASML today are in very big in danger. There are a lot of Chinese companies they're very close. ASML, they have a resolution right now of 5-6 nanometers, but the Chinese company, they going to 20 nanometers, which covers around 80% of the semiconductor needs of resolution today. And these companies are strong. They spend billions of billions of billions to get there. They don't have what the ASML have, but with more money they will have it, and with more time. So it's the same thing for any equipment made it in KLA, Tencor, or companies in the United States, Lam Research. All the equipment we provide to, it's in the same in danger because they're gonna learn how to do it. And we have a lot of chances again in new technology, new substrates, new way of architecture of the chips, new technology to build every layer, new technology to build, for example, memory. Right now we're hearing about brand new technology to build memory chips and all this stuff. So I think Europe, as leading places of the research and development, Europe have a chance in that direction.
One question to elaborate a bit. You know that the declaration of initially was signed by 13 countries in the European Union to enhance the semiconductor industry. Unfortunately, Bulgaria was not among the countries who initially signed the declaration. So should we sign the declaration for enhanced productivity and manufacturing in the semiconductor industry? And in case you have a perspective, why did not we sign this declaration?
Because nobody comes out with the idea what can be happening in Bulgaria for that things. And if they're young people like you guys are the generation which is have to think about it. And we can help, but we have to find the idea, and we have to find with what Bulgaria can contribute to that.
Completely agree. The reason not to be signed was very simple. It was not enough feedback from the industry towards Ministry of Transport, IT System and Communication, because they are responsible in the same group in European Union about the signing of the declaration. they miss to achieve enough feedback from industry, what the industry leaders want to do in this field in Bulgaria. I suppose we will get in stable political environment next year, and then it's open, we can join. But first we need to answer what we want to do and how to use the resources we have right now, how to use the domain knowledge we have right now.
Yeah, I also think that signing this declaration is going to bring good opportunities for Bulgaria to be part of this union, especially in the semiconductor area, which is now a huge thing on the global scale. And I also agree. I think the reason was that not enough feedback was collected from the companies operating here, and that's why we just missed the moment to sign this declaration. But as it is an open act, we can do it. We can do it next year. We can do it after 2 years. We just need to really the business here, the business environment involved in the semiconductor processes need to really want and to focus to be part of this.
And if we want to be like every project, this can be a project for the government, and this project has to be leading by project management team. After this, by team who is going to come out with the project and put that project on the table of the European Union and says this is what we can do. Without this, just talking and thinking that we need to do it and do it nothing, is not going to happen.
True. So proposing a project means that you should have a vision of where the semiconductor industry in general is going. A lot of analysts are discussing, are we going towards 1 nanometer chips? Are we going towards smaller, faster chips? What is your perspective? Are we headed towards 1 nanometer?
Let's say ASML guys talking about 1 nanometer, because my opinion, 1 nanometer will never happen, but 1 nanometer can happen with new materials. I'm not talking about 1 nanometer resolution on the chip. I'm talking about 1 nanometer and smaller, for example, in Armstrong's material, which can be used to create the chips. This can happen. But resolution, let's say ASML guy says.
Well, 1 nanometer for sure is it's very, very challenging scale. Today we are at 5 nanometers. For sure, with the current technology, with the EUV technology, with the optimizations on hardware level, on software level, the scale will drop, let's say, to up to 2 nanometers. But yes, I agree. For 1 nanometer, we will need to invent better materials which can basically support this. And after the nanoscale, we are basically entering in the atomic scale, and this is the absolute lowest scale which we can go. We cannot go less
any
than
lower.
1 atom, But for sure, the semiconductor industry is going to continue investing in research and development, in new technologies, in evolving the existing technologies, and I'm sure that those companies which are the big names in the semiconductor business, they are going to approach for sure the 1 nanometer.
I don't think we have a question to go or not to go to 1 nanometer. It's how to say mutual. One day it will happen with the new materials, of course, and new technologies. But do you know that today even the 5 nanometers technology is not prevailing technology for a mass market? Automotive industry, they don't need 5 nanometers. They use over than 20 nanometers technology today. This is the mass production. So from my point of view, as my colleague said, let SML to think about 1 or 2 or whatever. We need to get oriented what can be the niche where we are able to make a breakthrough. And I want to make an analogy. For years, Bulgaria was struggling to join European Space Agency. Even some years, the state was ready to pay the fee. The question years ago was that the former Institute for Space Technology is very low profile. It's a part of the Bulgarian Academy of Science, and it was not a real business to support the activity under the European Space Agency umbrella, because there is a state fee, but there are a lot of projects which can be given back. The delegation of European Space Agency were here many times, and only recently there are companies which can answer, which will make the presence of Bulgarian there meaningful, like Endurosite and few others.
Yes.
So I don't want to say semiconductor industry, because my understanding is that there is a convergence, like 30 years ago started convergence between the telecommunication and IT. Now also there is a kind of convergence. So we need to make a national conversation under the umbrella, because we are talking about the long-term policy right now. We need to provide this platform for national conversation under the umbrella of those ministries which will be responsible, by example, for Digital Europe or any of the new programs, to make this national consensus, and then we will have a national policy. If not, we can continue like today, private entrepreneurship and trust, build it through the years. Is it good or not? It's possible, but the speed of development is not the speed we want to have. If we have a national consensus on, that's why I opened this question about the intelligent strategy for smart specialization. It must be really intelligent, not populist, and to be smart, taking in mind what is coming now, not what was 30, 40 years ago. It's a past history. The question is, first of all, to get understanding about the direction of market developments. Hopefully we have people all around the world, like gentlemen near me and many more, so we can collect knowledge, and then we can make very well informative decisions.
So as a final note, discussing the future, what's coming, what is your perspective? What's coming in the coming years in the field of chips, semiconductors in the next 10 years, let's say? How will the supply chain change? What are your perspectives? How will the business change?
Well, one side is making these chips more dense, with resolution have to go down. The other side is involving brand new materials on semiconductor industry, which materials are not normal materials, they are in different form. Also, like I said, new substrates, and these new substrates, for example, silicon carbide today is mainly used for a substrate of 5G components and power components. I think this is a huge future. And this does not require anymore that resolution, like he says. The resolution is from the 70s. And the same equipment can be used and making brand new components. Also, micro manufacturing, I think it's a big deal. Compound semiconductor, it's a big deal. And this is what I see it's happening, mainly in the field of new components made from new materials and new substrates.
I want to add one more point, bionics. It's integration, collaboration between the real life substrates and electronics. First steps are done, it's coming, and this is very promising. It's an answer of a lot of questions and a lot of livings of today. Yes, technologies will follow the vision for what is necessary, what we need to live better or to save the planet. There is a lot of questions which need to be answered, and semiconductor industry will give part of these answers. And there is, I fully agree, a lot of space. The only we need to do is to be well educated, prepare for the changes, and open-minded.
Yeah, I totally agree. And to add here, I think that in the coming the future we will see changes from design and architecture perspective, but also we will see changes in the supply chain. I mean, the companies will try to make the supply chain more controllable, and they will try to shorten the durations between the separate manufacturing processes in order to optimize and also the reaction towards the upcoming demand, because it will grow, and that's without doubt. Yes, from a resolution perspective, I'm sure that those companies, you know, the big companies like Intel, TSMC, Samsung, ASML, and the big names, they will just go in the direction to lower the resolution even more, which most probably will interfere positively with other technical sectors around, like, you know, the scientific, the healthcare, and all those kind of stuff, you know, with some technical innovations, etc., which is great for the humankind. And I think that the main change will be that the countries, the big countries, you know, America, the countries in Europe, they will start investing resources in building semiconductor independency for the demand which they had, you know, in the local economy. Because this is important. I totally agree. We don't need only 5 nanometers microchips. You know, the most, you know, the mass production is around 20 nanometers, and China today have, you know, they have the technology to produce 22 nanometer resolution. So yes, but I think the focus will be that America and Europe will start investing resources in order to start building some manufacturing capabilities in order to build some independence from Asia, in order to save, you know, the local economy. Because what we saw this year is that in America, for example, because of the shortage of the microchips, automotive brands just closed factories. They just cannot produce cars. And this is, you know, in Europe, some brands are also jeopardized. For example, 2 years ago, if you go to buy a new car, if you took, let's say, 3-4 weeks maximum to receive this vehicle, today you need to wait 150 to 100 days.
Yeah, but the reason is very simple. Maybe you guys remember Delphi is the company which started the first automotive computer. So the Delphi order everything in Asia. They have a beautiful factories, but they don't produce nothing. Everything was produced in Asia. They buy it for very short money, and they sell to the automotive industry in the United States for big money, and they live on that difference. 40,000 people at that time, this was in 2000, they live on that difference. All of a sudden they realize that this cannot continue. They lay off 40,000 people and they return back 20,000 to work, to get rid of the unions, and also to figure out how they can save the automotive electronics in the United States. This was a very crucial moment. And right now is the same crucial moment happening, because right now what's happening on the new components and the new way of doing chips, like I said, I'm saying it many times, 5G, but this is very important for the United States, and they will never produce this thing anymore in Asia.
Sure.
It's what I think. It's why they build capacity today, they built everything, and this is going to happen.
I want to add, to comment first of all about some key driving forces on a semiconductor market, not only, but also with a huge impact on semiconductor market. 5G, of course, automotive industry, of course, but there is something new which is coming, very promising, very questionable, and with a lot of opportunity. It's a quantum computing.
Yeah.
Today, there are some hundreds of startups around the world trying to design quantum computers which are able to work in a standard environment, not in a deep freeze or in a superconductivity environment. And this will impact on semiconductor industry also, because there are many different ways to build qubits. It's not only one way. So this is one very promising niche, and if we are able to build knowledge, it's a very complex knowledge, first of all physics, of course, mathematics, and microelectronics. Then we can take a place on this market too. It's a rising point. The market does not exist right now. There are different attempts, even big sharks like IBM and many others, they are on the very beginning of this.
And so the beauty, we have mental capacity.
Yes,
absolutely.
I was remembering hiring young gentlemen from MIT, and I remember the first 10. 8 of them was Bulgarians in the old days. So how come? And today goes to Olympics on mathematics and physics. They're young kids still winning, and based on few very how to say that very good people who teaching these young kids. We can lose that too if we don't continually doing this, because our nation is extremely easy. It is very flexible. Too much imagination. And I believe this is where we have to work on it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the fruitful discussion. I'm definitely more optimistic about the future of Bulgaria after speaking with you. And gentlemen, thank you again. And dear viewers, stay tuned for the next panel where we'll discuss one of the technologies we mentioned here, namely batteries. Stay tuned for Robotics Strategy Forum Panel 2.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на ZinZin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
Dear friends, welcome back with Robotics Strategy Forum 2021. I'm Christian Mikhailov, and in the next 20 minutes we'll talk about Industry 4.0, the Festo way. I would like to present you Mr. Andreas Hoescher, Senior Vice President Corporate Product at Festo. In this panel, we'll dive into Industry 4.0 and how the German conglomerate Festo challenged the industry with successful implementation of Industry 4.0. Hello, Dr. Hoescher. How are you?
Hello, good morning.
Good
morning to Bulgaria. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you in this forum.
You're welcome. Thanks for the opportunity that you support Professional Association of Robotics and Automation in our way to showcase how why Bulgaria should be on the map on the robotics and automation. So, Dr. Hoescher, may you share what are the global trends in Industry 4.0, and is there any change in the last year based in the COVID situation?
I think Industry 4.0 was coined by the German industry 10 years ago, and it basically describes various automation initiatives of any factory. Factories in the past have been very manual, with a lot of movement of workers who move parts from machines, but these movements become increasingly automated. And the past 1.5 years, of course, we know the COVID situation, we know, of course, the restrictions, what it means for our lives, but also for our factories, that even increases and drives this kind of autonomy. So what we see in the German industry, but also in other industries, that also our customers are looking for solutions which automate certain things in the factories and which make it easier. We see this in the COVID situation also because some industries are also moving back, let's say, from faraway locations to more, let's say, locations either in Europe or even in Germany. But that, to make that economically viable and feasible, that also means certain cost positions have to be achieved. And that usually means, of course, that we need automation wherever we can use it.
Okay, then how the Industry 4.0 challenged the manufacturing in this case in the last 18 years when we talk especially for the nearshoring and for the internal processes in company like Festo?
Especially we as Festo provide solutions for movement in factories. In the old days, let's say 10 or 20 years ago, our products, let's say valves which provide movement with air pressure, our electric motors, these were our products. We just had let's say, the hardware components. Increasingly now we need more intelligent components in a way that they are controlled by controllers. We need to have controls to make our products safe. So safety is a big issue. And we have more demands from our customers. As we are nearshoring, the demands on the performance of the factory increases. So our products have to ensure that the so-called OEE, so the uptime of the factory, needs to be as high as possible. So we need to find out very early on if there's any disturbance coming in the factories to, let's say, organize predictive maintenance. What we also see is the quality of our product or of the product of our customer becomes important. And sometimes we also use artificial intelligence algorithms to improve the quality of our customers' products. And last but not least, and this is another new trend coming worldwide, is a CO2 problem. So the factories, our customers ask us more and more, how can we optimize our energy consumption? And we provide solutions to help our customers to find early on where are problems in energy consumption and how can you reduce that.
Thank you. One of the main challenges for the industry on a global level is the chip crisis. How such crises impact the industry at your company?
This crisis, at one point, it's an opportunity for us because the chip crisis means there's a huge investment going on in the semiconductor industry. And of course, as such, we provide solutions to the respective companies. These companies invest big time in all around the world. And that's for us good because that drives our business in these respective markets. At the same time, of course, we are also a customer of these very products. So of course, we are also affected by these crises, and we have electronic components and we have teams internally installed, which more or less organize every day where is the shortage and how can we manage. We as Festo so far have managed the solution, the crisis without major disturbance in our customers. Unlike, let's say, you certainly have heard about the German car industry, which has shut down in various factories for weeks. So they have a heavy impact in their customers. So far, we still have managed to avoid that, but yes, it's a struggle. In that way, it's also affecting us, and we also have to manage the situation.
Okay. In this case, what are the challenges in the product development during COVID? I'm sure that every company, and Festo is not it's not like island separated case. And this phase, how you faced and how you solved the challenges in the product development at Festo?
Yeah, certainly the COVID crisis came as a very rapidly last spring, and we were struggling to keep up on how to manage. We made some smart decisions in a way that we very fastly organized it in such a way that all our developers have all the tools, especially the workstations or so at home they needed. And this was a very ad hoc decision at that time, which proved to be very good. Now, of course, like in this forum, we adjusted to the virtual communication. In a way, it even helped us because, as you said, Bulgaria is for us a very important location, as we have a very important development also in Bulgaria. In the past, Festo is a German conglomerate, a German company. A lot of the development was done in Germany, and also the employees got used to personal contacts. To some extent, that's very helpful, but COVID also in Germany forced us to reduce the personal contacts, and our development became more and more virtual, which of course means the location, whether it's Germany or Bulgaria, doesn't make any difference. So our cooperation across the countries between, let's say, Germany and Bulgaria largely improved in a way that we were virtual, and it doesn't matter anymore where you live. And since with Germany and Bulgaria, it's only 1 hour time difference, so we more or less work in the same time zone, so we can cooperate very closely. So indeed, this, let's say, virtual cooperation, independent of the location, is largely improved via this COVID situation. So that's a good part of the situation. Nevertheless, we also look forward to a situation where we can have more personal meetings as we continue.
I hope so. Actually,
and of course, to be precise, in the software, of course, the virtual development is always already done by many companies and also us. We also have, of course, a hardware part, and also in Germany, but also in Bulgaria, we have colleagues who never experienced home office because they have to work in the manufacturing, in testing with hardware. And I must say, I'm very glad that these people did it and made this work independent of the COVID situation.
Well, actually, my next question is how the development in the Bulgaria R&D office has to reinforce the global strategy of the company, but I think you somehow answered. Yeah, of course, if you have something that you would like to add.
No, but actually, as you said, it goes hand in hand. In Bulgaria, it's an important location for Festo, not only for the development, but we also have a manufacturing there. And our manufacturing in Bulgaria is not only mechanics, but also electronic. So as we said, Industry 4.0 drives intelligent components, intelligent solution in the factory. It usually means that more intelligence comes with electronic and software. So from that perspective, our products which are manufactured in Sofia are very important for our product portfolio. And likewise, it makes sense that the development location is at the same location where we also manufacture. So the close cooperation between the technology and the manufacturing is certainly an asset. And this is why, of course, we choose also to significantly build up our development location in Sofia.
Okay. Actually, when we talk about Industry 4.0, I definitely should ask you how the intelligent factory of the future look like.
How does the intelligent factory look like? You see, it can look very autonomous. You see already companies trying out, and also Festo, and of course with automatic solutions and also robots. So you see a lot of, let's say, manual work will be replaced by robots where possible. Of course, in the end, we find out humans are still very flexible. And I can point out only to one industry which is surprisingly a little automated, and that's actually the production of mobile phones. The production of mobile phones, as you know, is largely done in Asia for the companies, the Chinese, the Samsungs and the like, or the Apple suppliers. And usually it's done by a lot of manual work. And why is this the case? Because, of course, every year or 1.5 years, there's a new model and they don't know what to fix. Our solutions in the future will provide more flexibility so that certain steps are done and can also change as new models of mobile phones arrive. So the automation needs also flexibility, especially in these fast-moving markets, which create new products every year or every 2 years, which need to have an adapted manufacturing. You have, of course, the whole logistics. You have the autonomous vehicles which drive through the factories. So in many cases, you see a high automation in the factories. One industry also to drive this a lot is the semiconductor industries. And they want to get rid of the humans for the very simple reasons they have to get rid of particles. As the structures become smaller, they have to reduce the particle content in manufacturing. And of course, we humans are a source of particles, and for them the solution is to automate as much as possible.
And talking about the automation, what we can expect from Festo on the ground level when we talk about robotics and automation
Festo in general is, let's say, our motto is we are the engineers of productivity. So we provide solutions to move things in a factory and to automate things in the factory. So our product portfolio comprises, let's say, all the valves for fresh air movements, all the electrical components, and let's say up to robotics. We are also developing robots and are in discussions with customers. When we launch it, we will see. It's not yet decided yet. But you can, of course, between, let's say, a full robot and, let's say, a solution which has, let's say, only 3 arms, 3 connectors, there's anything is possible. So we are looking together with our customers where are movements you can automate, and whether it's an electric motor or a full robot or something in between depends on the actual use case.
Dr. Hirscher, thank you very much for joining on Robotics Strategy Forum 2021 and sharing insightful information about Festo and how Festo leads the Industry 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, feel free to join us on the spot on Incubator Building at Sofia Tech Park. We have more than 20 different robots that you can see, especially 2 different types of robots from Festo, flying, of course, flying robots, so feel free to join here on the spot till 4 p.m. Bulgarian time. If you like the stream, please share it, give us a like, add your comment on Facebook and YouTube, and expect us in 10 minutes. See you soon.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back with the third panel, Smart Grid, Battery and Energy Storage Growth. I'm Christian Mikhailov, and in the next 1 hour we will discuss in this important session topics connected with smart grids and how Bulgaria can position on the map. So I would like to present to you the man who designs smart grids for the city of the future in Saudi Arabia, Alexander Rangelov, CEO of International Power Supply or IPS, the man who is a senior advisor to the European Climate Foundation, Julian Popov, and we are expecting to join Rosen Daskalov, the man who makes supercars and puts his company on the Bulgarian Beam Stock Exchange market. Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Hello, Christian. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hello. So, gentlemen, how should the state act so the high-tech companies in the field of smart grids and batteries feel supported? What are the expected steps?
Well, if I can say a couple of words, first, the state should know where not to interfere and what not to do. That's very important, because we're talking about fields that are very innovative and very entrepreneurial. So they should have the freedom and the space to develop. So that's what it's very important to define what not to do and how not to restrain them. but it is very important also the state to recognize where an entrepreneurship is and success is, and to support that. The state is not in a position to decide what entrepreneurial innovation should create, but should try to find what is happening and support it and elevate it. I think that's the main thing that the state should do. And you're presenting many companies that are very successful, and the state should learn from these companies rather than the other way around. And that's very important, especially for countries like ours, which have a very long tradition of state control, of state administration, of bureaucracy, and so on. And the third thing, of course, is education, funding of education, funding of research and development. This is something that specifically Bulgaria can do a lot, because the level of funding, R&D funding in the country is very low.
Thank you, Mr. Popov. Mr. Rangel, would you like to?
Yes, actually, I agree with Mr. Popov, and everything what he said is correct. And it's very important that the level of the R&D funding in Bulgaria and also in the countries that would like to introduce new technology should be high, and in Bulgaria is almost non-existing. But I would like also to add a few more points. If we speak about smart grids, if we from a technology point of view, so what the state can do is first to recognize the new technologies and also to support with easiness of the regulations. To have a smart grid, you need, in my point of view, to go on a residential level in almost. You need to reach to almost all the residential users within the electrical grid infrastructure, residential and also industrial. The residential part is very important because at the end it's also supporting the stability of the national grids. And what the state can do is to make easy regulations for every residential user to be able to implement, to deploy, to install, and to use renewable energy sources and also battery storage, because the renewable sources and the battery storage are the basic foundations of every smart grid. So first, this is practically the first level, and then we can speak about smart grids.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. Mr. Daskalov, can you hear us? I know that you had some issues with the connection. Okay, it looks like Mr. Daskalov is still has some issues with the connection. I hope he can join soon. Okay, so Mr. Popov, can we move away from the fossil fuel demand and how the new source of energy can help us? And of course, is Bulgaria prepared to face the European Green Deal? If not, how we can prepare better?
Well, we are moving away from fossil fuels in several ways. We're moving technologically, we're moving politically, and we're moving in sense of business and reality and energy mix. The Bulgarian energy mix is increasing its renewable share, unfortunately very slowly and lagging behind other countries. Bulgaria had a spike in early 2010s on the back of high feed-in tariffs. But now, when renewable energy is clearly cheaper than fossil energy, we are somehow not able to catch up with the technological and the economic state of renewables. So we have to do more. Bulgaria has huge potential As Alexander said, we have potential, and we have to do and develop the decentralized renewable energy and storage that will add to the overall generation, but also will help with the balancing of the grid and moving forward. But Bulgaria also has industrial size renewable potential. The so frequently discussed coal region Maritsa East has fantastic potential for large industrial solars in many gigawatts. And then Bulgaria has unutilized wind potential, and also we have to explore and develop our offshore wind potential. All that is possible. And in terms of facing the Green Deal, of course we can. The Green Deal is not about energy only, it's about many things, but it's mainly about innovation and about fast transformation of the industry, something that is, we've been waiting for that to happen. So it's a very good economic boost or push or kick for the Bulgarian economy, which I hope very much that Bulgaria will make the proper use of it.
Okay, when we talk about new sources of energy, and in this case we talk about energy decentralization, how far this promise is reachable soon? Most electricity networks, for example, across Europe are 40 plus years old, and are they going to be replaced as they are, or is there going to be an innovation in changing them? So in this case, where Bulgaria stands?
If I may say the word here, so to replace the whole electrical distribution network is not an easy task. Even if the financial resources are available, it's much more complex than that. But in our case, especially, it would cost significant and huge resource to replace it. So the solution for the next years is definitely the energy decentralization and the application and deployment of smart grids and decentralized power generation with storage units. It has a lot of benefits if we speak about decentralized power generation and storage. So one of the alternatives, if we want to integrate renewable sources and storage into the national grid, is to use centralized location with multi-megawatt power plants and storage. But this can also create some problems with concentrating so much power at single points in the electrical grid. If we, on the other hand side, consider the distributed power generation, where we can, as I said in the previous question, where we can reach to the single residential and industrial facilities, then it would bring much more benefits for the grid balancing and also the usage of the individual residential or industrial owners. But at the end, it's I think it's more about the political will, because the technology is there, the industry, and I assume that also the residential users, considering now the high electricity prices, are willing and ready to do so, or soon they will be willing and ready to do so. The technologies are there, so I think it's more about political will to enter into this national discussion.
Yeah, I very much agree with that, and I'm glad that Alexander is saying that. He is representing actually a very successful company that is working all over the world in this field. It's not sort of a wish thing; it's a reality, and it's a reality that is pushing and pushing and insisting to happen and to be politically embraced. Because if we look around Bulgaria, we can see now a surge of installations of solar energy for self-consumption among the industry. I mean, this is the companies are not waiting for the government to tell them what to do. The economic realities are such that they are doing it by themselves. And exactly these trends are very important to be recognized and facilitated by the governments, but also businesses to learn from each other and to sometimes, especially when we talk about older companies that are a little bit more conservative, to embrace this innovation. And when I say older companies, I also include here the companies that are on the black list, like the coal companies. I mean, coal companies are companies. So they can also innovate. They can also introduce innovation. So coal companies operate large spaces, large areas of land. They can transform this land and think, is there something that we can do as a company, or we are going to die and other companies are coming here? It is also a matter of competition, and incumbents should try to participate, otherwise they will be wiped off.
Mentioning the energy issue, can smart grids and energy management solutions help with the booming price of the electricity nowadays? With the electricity price?
Definitely, I think that they can help and contribute to bring the electricity prices on a better level and position it better. Especially if we consider nowadays the situation with the price of the renewable energy sources and also the storage media. So we are monitoring that the prices are constantly decreasing. Solar module and wind turbine prices are constantly decreasing, as well as the battery storage. And on top of that, new battery storage technologies are coming to the market for commercial use. So definitely introducing, implementing, and deploying those components into the electrical grid could bring benefits in terms of better pricing.
Alexander, as you're doing project in the Middle East, which is more forward-looking, Europe or the Middle East in terms of smart grids, and not only, of course?
I would say Middle East, definitely Middle East, because they are very forward-oriented, they are very technology-oriented, they have easy regulations, they act fast. Of course, we have to consider the political structure and situation there. So more or less, the countries, they are monarchies, so decisions are made much easier and faster. But this shouldn't be the excuse. I mean, those countries are really committed. They have their national transformation plans towards the green future for the next 5 to 20 years. And they are acting. This is the difference, because everyone, Europe and the Middle East and also other countries, they have their strategies. But the question is, who is acting? So the countries in the Middle East, definitely, they don't lose time. They don't waste resources. They are acting. They support technology companies to introduce new technologies, to make trials, to demonstrate their features. And very important, as the first point that Mr. Popov said initially in the conversation, they are supporting technology companies and funding a lot for R&D activities. And this is something that we as a company also benefit from their resources, and they are really supporting new technologies and companies that are working for them.
And I think it is essential to, in our energy diplomacy, to strengthen our relationships, especially the countries in the Gulf. I mean, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and so on. I mean, they, as Alexander said, they have a big concentration of funds for R&D, but also they have very bold projects. I mean, like Masdar by Abu Dhabi. I mean, at the time it was seen as kind of almost crazy, then as a failure, but actually it was the first city that tried to be built on the base of solar energy. That first attempt didn't succeed, but this lack of success was a big gain, because the level of learning and understanding how such technology would work, or when it will not work, and how the relationship between new technologies and economic realities are interacting. I mean, that was amazing, amazing development. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Alexander probably is much more familiar with that case. But now Masdar is reviving as an international and global company. But also there are so many other fantastic projects which are, for many of us, like science fiction. So to live in science fiction that is happening somewhere is definitely very very useful. Of course, having said that, Europe is a center of massive innovation, and many of these developments in the Gulf benefit massively from know-how and research developments from European companies. So this interaction is very important, I think, for us.
Actually, are there other countries advancing in the field of smart grids, batteries, and electrical vehicles? And of course, what policies do they use and follow? Because I'm sure that Saudi Arabia, for example, is not the only one.
Definitely not. I mean, but all over the world, the thing is that electric vehicles, they develop very quickly and suddenly, and they're based on very well developed technologies and infrastructure, which have to be repurposed, obviously, because and developed very fast. One thing that a couple of years ago, when I went, that was my first visit to Beijing, and I was struck by how silent the city is. I was expecting this mega city to be unbelievably, impossibly noisy, but in fact it was silent. And when I looked around, and I realized that it's silent because every single 2- and 3-wheel vehicle was electric, not the big ones. It was not the Teslas that are driving the electric vehicles revolution. It was the motorcycles, the electric vehicles, the tricycles, all sorts of weird vehicles that probably will not pass all the regulations in some countries. But everything on 2 wheels were electric. And this is a huge critical mass that supports the move forward. And when we talk about electrification of transport and mobility, I mean, Bulgaria is one of the leading European countries in producing electric bicycles. And this is a very interesting phenomenon that has to be recognized, and we have to build on it in terms of knowledge, experience, economy, but of course also cases like SIM-car, which couldn't connect properly. It would have been fantastic to hear more about that from them.
What was the main driver to become one of the leaders in the electrical bicycles, by your opinion?
I think to jump into it. I mean, obviously, I mean, bicycling is a very, very competitive thing. No, not just as a bicycling competition, but as industry, because it's on one hand it's a simple thing. So it's not like building a rocket where only few countries can compete. Any country can compete in that. On the other hand, the consumer's demand is very high. The consumer is very demanding. The consumers constantly want something new and something better, and this consumer pressure and consumer demand is a major driver for development. And I think that electric bicycles actually create much more sort of revolutionary wave than electric cars. I mean, if you look around streets of many large cities, Western cities mostly, you will see that now there are thousands purely electric bicycles, but also there are conventional bicycles that are equipped with converting kits. And this is very interesting in the whole world of logistics, because it transforms small deliveries, all this kind of small Amazon and not exactly Amazon, but various other companies that are delivering small goods, and also commuting. And with the pressure of air quality, all that is coming together into a huge wave of transformation in the mobility sector. And I think we're already seeing some kind of a gray area or merging between cars and bicycles and motorbikes. Something is happening there that is kind of entirely new, and mainly that the borders between these three categories of vehicles is starting to become a little bit blurred. It's a very interesting trend.
Talking about the electrical vehicles, we definitely should mention the chip shortage. Today we have chip shortage, but do you expect to have like battery shortage in the couple of years?
I think that battery shortage is unavoidable because it's a naturally development. So when we see today that the chip shortage, which by the way, not only the automotive industry is experiencing this shortage, but also companies and manufacturers like us are experiencing significant problems with material deliveries and especially chips. But for the batteries, it's another problem that I think it will be coming in the next years. First of all, because of the fact that the raw materials for the most commonly used batteries based on lithium are limited and also not very easily accessible. So I think it's also political. The political side in the problem with the raw materials and the locations where the raw materials are taken, it also has to be also considered. So I don't think that this could be completely forecasted for the next years. And yes, I think it will be another problem coming mainly to the automotive industry, and the solution for this problem is definitely the development of new energy storage medias and new battery storage and batteries that can be used for automotive and electric vehicle applications.
I mean, Alexander is mentioning here something incredibly important, and it's the need for political leaders and governments and government advisors, probably mostly, to totally redefine the concept of what energy security is. Currently, we're thinking about energy security in terms of, are we getting enough oil do we have enough access to oil supplying countries, and is Russia going to turn the gas tap off? And this is so last century thinking about energy security, which is damaging very seriously the progress of new technologies, because energy security, we have to abandon this old-fashioned view that energy security means a pipeline that will bypass Russian supplies of gas. I mean, this is so irrelevant, and this is pushed by many of our governments, by the European Commission, very much by the US government, which has quite sort of, I don't want to say inadequate policy about energy security, but not quite the right one. The energy security thinking has to focus very much on critical materials, on political burdens that give us the access to these critical materials, the diversification of sources, the research and development that can diversify the sources, the technologies, should also spread the supply chain, not allow one single country to have one part of the supply chain based entirely in this country, and then this country, whichever country that is, will start controlling, basically like Suez Canal is controlling massive supply chain, and if something sticks in the middle of Suez Canal, the whole world is in. So we have to think about all these cybersecurities, access to critical materials, and it's as Alexander said, it's not very easy. I mean, Afghanistan is one of the places where is the richest countries in the world in terms of all these materials. Is anybody going to to rely on that? No, it's not going. So we have to think, and governments have to completely redefine their view of what energy security is.
Talking about energy security, the European Union will phase out non-electric cars by 2035, I think. In this case, where we are as a country, what falls in Bulgaria, and another question that falls connected with that, especially with the battery market. Do you think that Europe can beat China in the electrical vehicles and battery production, and how?
I don't know exactly where we are. It's obvious that we don't have such a big penetration of electrical cars on the national market. But what I see for sure is that there will be a huge problem with the infrastructure for the electrical chargers for the e-vehicles from many aspects. So today we don't have enough. They are completely very little number of electrical chargers available on the streets, on the public streets. And the problem, even if we want to install and deploy more chargers, we will be with the capacity of the electrical grid, which we will not be able to support those electrical chargers. Especially on the highways, we speak about, but also in the cities, we speak about fast chargers, which are in the rates of 50 to 150 kilowatt and even more, what we see in Western Europe. So you can imagine if we consider in the next years to have 500,000 or 1 million electrical vehicles on the streets, and okay, they can not come simultaneously for charging, but for example, considering 500,000 vehicles charging at a fast charging station, this will require a capacity of 25 gigawatts, which is not available first as a generation capacity in Bulgaria. I don't think that any country at all is ready to face this challenge, but the solutions are two: whether to improve and increase the capacity of the electrical grid distribution network, which, as we said in the beginning, is almost mission impossible, or it will be extremely expensive. Or the second solution is, of course, to consider decentralized power generation and storage that can cover this local demand for the charging station of the electrical vehicles. this is something that we have to pay attention with the increased number of electrical vehicles. Nowadays, we don't have such a number that, and this problem is somehow not highlighted. So it would be interesting for me to hear also the opinion of Mr. Daskalov, if he's on the line, or Mr. Popov, especially for this problem with the generation capacity.
Mr.
Yes,
Daskalov.
hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry for the lag, but we are here in Germany, and one of our laptops just stopped to work.
No problem.
So the problem in Bulgaria is very serious. Not only in Bulgaria, in the countries in Europe, they have similar problem with existing grid and with the charging systems they have to deploy on the highways, and especially in the city. You know, if we're talking for a structure in Bulgaria, in some of the city, let's say, buildings or blocks, like we say, there is living hundreds of families. So what will happen if 20% of them decide to have electric cars? So this is a real problem. I was in the European Commission 2 years ago on the conference regarding similar problems. Germany, which is, let's say, one of the very wealthy and well-organized countries in the European Union, have a plan to modify his network, electrical network, next 30 years to be able to accept all the electric cars on the market. So that's mean that they need probably from now up to 20-25 years to do all these modifications, because for one fuel station, you know, is predicted to have current, maximum current from 100 or 200 amps, and now just one car need this current to be charged. So that's why we decide, regarding our electrical car production, we decide to turn on opposite way. We decide to make cars which at the moment are really possible to use effective with good effectiveness. I mean, you know that if there is no chargers enough on the highways and consumption of the electricity still is high on the high speed, so that means that we have to focus on the urban areas just inside in the city where actually are the highest level of pollution, and we need to pay attention for the environment. So that's why our strategy is to charge the cars overnight. And the cars, because they're for utility use, will be charged on the facilities of the owner. I mean, if there's a logistics center which working, let's say, 12 or 16 hours per day, overnight the cars will be parked in front of the logistics center, and the charging process will happen there. In case that the grid is not enough to charge, for example, more than 10-20 cars, then the owner have possibility to install solar panels, or simply, if have not possibility for this, simply to deploy battery packs, which we offer also parallel with our electric car manufacturing. And collecting energy in the battery packs during the day through the solar energy, which will be absolutely free, wind energy if there is a possibility, or energy from the network in the last scenario. Then overnight he will be able to help to the grid to charge the cars, first of all, in the cheapest level of energy, electrical energy, and second, not disturbing the grid at all. So that's actually the only one way possible now, not only for Bulgaria, but also for other countries. You know that at the moment, the charging stations on the highway in the countries like Germany, Austria, and so on, there's simply one big box with batteries inside, because if there are 5 Teslas charging at one moment, the complete network will, will blow, you know.
This is very interesting issue, and it is, I hate using cliche words, but it's a system issue. And it's not about just whether we'll have more charging stations and that will solve the problem. We have to rethink the whole energy system. And as Mr. Daskalov said, this example about the highways that are charged through Tesla chargers through batteries rather than directly connected to the grid. And this is one area where governments have to think now, especially in Eastern Europe, where there is a rapid development of road infrastructure. Currently, road infrastructure is built in just the road, and we're thinking about the road and how many kilometers will have this road and which government will build more kilometers of the highway. But we're not thinking about the infrastructure of the future. So this road have to be designed in a way that will have the access to electricity, generation of electricity. When you build a motorway, you have to think where to position additional renewable energy sources. And the road itself has to be developed as an electricity network and infrastructure, as well as a road and car infrastructure. And the other thing is, obviously, when you have many electric cars, they start interacting with the system. They can be charged, but they can also discharge electricity in the system. And in that sense, we have to redesign our market and our regulations so that electric cars generation and should mix into a new type of interlinked system. So that's very important. And of course, this also affects the whole planning of our urban environment, because we have to start thinking very seriously about how we design and redesign our cities, and not just changing windows in order to be a little bit better insulated at home, but where to charge the car, for instance, and how to do that. This is very important. Otherwise, we'll be in 10 years' time, we'll be stuck, and we won't be able to move forward with that.
Thank you, Mr. Popov. Gentlemen, discussing the electrical vehicles and the smart grids, what is your opinion? Who will be dominating the electric car market in Europe in the near future? Maybe Mr. Deskalov can give more insights.
Thank you very much. If we look for the figures at the moment, how big companies, big automotive companies going straight to the electric cars, there will be no possibility for one name or one brand to be, let's say, alone or to dominate on the market, like you said. I think that the calculation between different car manufacturers probably will stay nearly the same or a little bit different than now, because everybody look for changing the strategy and to go for internal combustion engines to the electrical car manufacturers. But there is one big note, like we all know, Elon Musk, our nice sample, he opened the box of Pandora years ago, and now there are not only we, like a small electric car vehicle manufacturer, there's a lot of companies which are doing this business already, trying to enter on different levels, especially for L7 homologation, where the regulations are much easy. There are a lot of samples in Europe, not just from now, from many years ago. We also have a sample in Bulgaria. And especially for the commercial vehicles and for the passenger transportation, like city buses and so on, there also will be a lot of new players on the market, because technology and system for electrical cars are much different and much easy than internal combustion engine cars, where you are limited to the engine with Euro 6.3, 0.4 homologation and special regulation for the emissions and so on. Here you just need electric motor, you need reductor, battery pack, which you can buy or you can assemble in your own, like we're doing. And then you need chassis, which normally you can buy like a part from different manufacturers, or you can manufacture in your own. So there will be significant change on the electrical truck markets and so-called passenger mobility and transportation for the city areas. For the cars which we know very well till now, like most famous brands, they also will be changed, because the new generation of young people, they don't care so much what is the upholstering inside the car, how much leather have, how much different things inside which make a nice car, or also probably the one thing which they care is the sound of the music. They care just to be able to have internet, to be able to drive the car easy and to go from point A to point B. And if they're able not to drive during this period, they will be more happy. So this change dramatically situation which market and which possibility for sell luxury cars, because we see now one new car costs more than 50,000 euro, and how much from the young generation can afford these cars. So that's why I think that also in this area for electric cars will come new players with like Tesla, but much simple solutions with less kilometers range, just for city driving, something like a share cab system, which the cars can be shared and you can go from point A to point B easily, especially when autonomous driving is already in regarding the European regulation and laws which still are under preparation for this business.
Okay.
I mean, about the who will win this competition, I very much agree that we're facing a much more different field than the sort of the classical competition between German, French, Italian, and American cars, and you know that there is a possibility, opportunities for many more players, and probably for players that even don't have any idea that they can be major players in the electrification of mobility. We have to think about electrification of mobility rather than producing the best car. And if we look around, we might see some quite surprising things. So, for example, Sofia is more than 50% of public transport is electrified, the journeys. And Bulgarian cities, most Bulgarian cities could set targets for 100% electrification of public transport, taxis, and delivery transport by 2030, 2025 even, or whatever, very soon. And this is a huge opportunity. Then we have to think about all the other forms of mobilities, and probably in that field there will be huge innovation in the whole delivery, autonomous vehicles, the mixture between them. Even things like wheelchairs. I mean, we don't see disabled people around because Sofia and Bulgaria is not designed for disabled people to move around. But there are at least 250,000, I think, who need this type of mobility. This is a huge area for enterprise and for personal freedom that is pushing and will kind of appear very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Popov. Actually, we have a question from the online stream. Due to the fact of the increased number of electrical cars, are we going to experience problems with the lack of electrical power?
We shouldn't worry too much about that. Short answer. But Alexander, I'm sure, can say something on that.
Well, yeah, in my point of view, I can see this in a few cities in Western countries, and it's all about the fast chargers. Because the lifestyle in the Western countries is related to everyday driving on long distances. When you drive every day on a long distance, in the same time in the Western countries, the penetration and the number of electrical cars, it's much higher, even reaching 50% and more of the total car numbers. Then it naturally makes the fast charging on the highway on a daily basis higher. So the big number of electrical cars that can come to a charging station simultaneously at certain point of time, and if there is no local storage considered that can support this charging and not only taking the energy from the grid, then it comes to shortages, to power outages, and to overloading from the public grid. The problem is serious, and yeah, even although they have strong grid infrastructure with high capacity, they are facing this problem. So I can only imagine what could happen in Bulgaria, where also we have the additional problem on top that the grid infrastructure is not modernized, that as Christian said in the beginning.
Okay, in the last 5 minutes of our panel, Mr. Rangel, do you think that, do you expect the trend for more and more Bulgarian factories to build their electricity production capacity to continue because of the high price?
Yes, it makes sense. It is already commercially viable, and it will become much more attractive in the near future.
Okay. Mr. Popov, is the 2050 renewable energy target achievable?
Yes, absolutely. But it's not only about renewable energy. Again, we have to think about it as a system. It's renewable energy, it's storage. But the whole field of power demand is very important. I was talking about redefining the concept of energy security. Energy security is not about energy supply, it's about many things. And energy demand, energy use, how we use and how we manage demand is a massive part of energy strategy. And we include here smart grids, smart management of buildings, of industry, batteries, but also insulation, building insulation, which has attracted so negative attention in Bulgaria. Is absolutely essential. And when we talk about energy storage, well-insulated building is one of the best energy storage devices out there. So we have to think about the whole system. And yes, not 2050, I would say 2040 will be, we can see even, we have to open our minds a little bit, and 2040 we can see nearly zero carbon energy picture.
Thank you. Meanwhile, we have a question from the online stream, but while I'm receiving it from the team, Mr. Daskalov, Mr. Rangel, does Bulgaria have any success stories back in the days in the field of batteries, smart grids, and etc.? are you familiar with?
If you want to say something from my side, I can tell you that we worked last 3 years on the development of our electric vehicles, and regarding that also we develop our own battery pack. So that means that we buying like all the rest cells from Far East, because they're available only there, from top 3 manufacturer in the world. And we assembly our battery packs in Bulgaria, in Russia, in our own. So assembly battery pack for the car, or assembly battery pack for light commercial vehicles, or let's say city transportation vehicle, passenger, or doesn't matter, is absolutely the same. So we also have technology to make energy stations from these battery packs. First of all, from new batteries. Now, if somebody needs this kind of energy station, we are ready to manufacture in Bulgaria, I underline, right now. So if there is a problem and company decides to work with electrical cars and the grid is not okay, or the company want to combine with solar energy, which is most effective way, like we also using solar panels in our electrical utility vehicles, then we can support with whole, let's say, hardware solutions in very affordable price, underline again, because there is a lot of companies selling grid solutions or, let's say, energy stations, but the prices are still very high from one side, and from other side, we are ready to go forward. And in case that our vehicles in the future or used more than 10 years for our kind of battery cells, the lithium phosphate polymer, after 10 years or 2000 cycles, they're going up to 70% capacity. So we plan regarding new, let's say, circular economy and all these problems with recycling of lithium batteries, we plan to use them for energy storage and to sell for second generation used cells for energy storages, where the price will go down up to 50%. Because they are already too heavy for the vehicles, but they're not a problem to be stored on the, let's say, backyard or on the basement on your house. And then you can use up to more 25, 30 years these battery cells, because the cells we are using, they're on the market from nearly more than 15, 17 years. They're very reliable. We already have a history. They're not last out of date or was, let's say, scream for the regarding power and energy and weight. But we have all the statistics and all the knowledge what happening the last 15 years on them used. So that's why we are very sure that with this kind of cells which we use, for the future, there will be no problem to be used for improving the grid and make energy storages on the lower price. Regarding the other car manufacturers, this could be the same. Already Skoda, I read it, have this program to use used batteries from their electric cars to make energy storages. And for sure, all the rest will follow.
Thank you. And the following question from our online stream. How do you think the problem of the shortage of charging stations in the center of big cities should be solved? For example, in Sofia.
Oh, this is a difficult question, because nobody planned network on the city when this happened. When the city was built for electric car use. But there are solutions. I mean, there are a lot of consumers which using energy during the day a lot, and overnight they're not used. So regarding the grid, let's say, plan or grid situation at the moment, the government or the company provides the energy transportation can calculate where can be made parking with access to the charging stations. So it's not so easy, of course. We cannot expect that you will be able to charge your car in front of your block during the night, because if there are 1, 2, or 3 cars, this could be possible. But if there are, like we discussed before, 20-30% from the citizens in this building using electric cars, this will be not possible. One very simple solution is when you see the plan of the grid, and when you see that there is, for example, factory or very big shopping mall which working during the day and consuming thousands of watts of energy. During the night, for example, the mall centers, the parkings are free. There is nobody there. But there is a huge potential from electricity already regarding the grid. So if there is installation from hundreds, let's say, charging station on the parking of the mall, this is one very easy solution. So probably the citizens which living around this place will be not so comfortable and then need to walk 5, 10, or 15 minutes. But this is very good for our health. So that's one of the solutions which I think it's very easy, in which if we start to, let's say, to estimate and think, not only mall centers, there's a lot of places, other places which there is a hub for a huge, let's say, energy consumption during the day. During the night, this energy is free, so we can consider how we can use that. I'm very against fast charging, and I'm very against the policy of with the batteries existing on the market. If there are new batteries available in the future which allow fast charging, okay. But for the moment, I think and our technology and our concept is based on overnight charging. First of all, cheap energy. Second, we are, let's say, saving a lot of CO2, because during the night this energy is not used normally. And third, the battery life cycles go very quickly down if we charging with fast chargers, existing lithium-ion batteries on the market. So like you see, there are a few options if we consider now. First of all, there will be profit for available owners of this, let's say, point of existing energy regarding the grid during the night, because if they install charging stations, one charging station probably will cost very soon less than 1,000 leva, and the people who charge the cars used to pay something. So during the night, these parkings will be used, and then will be profitable for both sides, for the business and for the end consumers.
Thank you very much for your answer, gentlemen. Thank you for joining in this panel and giving such a insights for so difficult topic to discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes. Our next session will be how to make your factory a smart factory, and how Schneider Electric can help you do that. Next session will be in Bulgarian, so expect us in the next 5 minutes. See you soon.
новия брой на списание Менеджер. Усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си, тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред изключените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер. Усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете мениджър в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
Здравейте, приятели! Тази сесия ще бъде на български. Връщаме се към нея и предварително се извинявам за забавянето. Надявам се, че много бързо ще се включите отново към стрима. Паралелно с това, ако искате да видите различни видове роботи, то заповядайте в сграда инкубатор Sofia Tech Park. На партера сме, над 20 различни видове робота ви очакват във всеки един момент до 4 часа след обяд. Продължавам с следващата сесия, която се казва Стартирай 4.0 с Schneider Electric. Тук до мен е Калуян Георгиев. Здравей, Калуян.
Здравей.
Solution Architect, IoT
и
индустриална автоматизация. Значи правилно съм запомнил.
Да.
В следващите 15 минути с теб ще си говорим за една много интересна инициатива Стартирай 4.0, но преди това да разкажеш малко повече какво прави Schneider Electric в България за компаниите и въобще за публиката, която не е запозната.
Schneider Electric не само в България, по целия свят прави живота на хората по-лесен. Това ни е идеята. Като цяло е дигитализиран и най-накрая по-мързелив. Концепцията на компанията въобще, тя се състои от към 200 000 човека световно. В България са може би 800, с търговски офис в София, плюс завод в Пловдив. Дигитализацията на индустрията като цяло, но и на живота на хората, всъщност е това, което ние правим. В София екипа, който е търговски, който е около 100 човека, малко по-малко от 100, където сме търговски инженеринг екип, аз съм базиран там. И там идеята ни е да консултираме нашите клиенти как да постигнат това, което постигаме ние в нашите заводи и това, което ние можем да им помогнем на тях като опит, като дигитализация на бизнес процеси, плюс производствени процеси, сгради, всичко да стане дигитално и умно. В Пловдив това, което правим е прекъсвачи, от тези, които имате вкъщи по таблата, бушончета, както им казват, автоматични, само че 42 милиона на година от тях. Ако има 8
в България.
Да, в България. Това е най-големият завод в Европа за такива прекъсвачи. И по време на първия локдаун, всъщност, понеже сме автоматизирани на 70% целият завод, ние не затворихме и продължихме без хора да работим на 70% от капацитета.
Как се случва такъв процес да бъде автоматизиран? Какви са стъпките, за да се създаде една умна фабрика? Вие сте умна фабрика, благодарение на това, че 70% от процесите ви са автоматизирани.
Да, като тук включваме, аз лично в тия 70% влизат производствените процеси, но аз лично включвам и дигиталните процеси по бизнес частта, която е репортинг, работим без хартия, всичко е дигитално на таблети и така нататък, така че според мен процента тотален е още повече. Как се случва? Случва се на бавни малки стъпки. Има един колега, който казваше как се яде слон, нали, на малки хапки. Почваш го да го ядеш, нали, лека по лек. Всъщност при нас това се случи в горе 8 годишен период от първата част на първата стъпка в дигитализацията. Не е един проект, който сме инвестирали 5 милиона евро и сме казали от нула сме стигнали до тук за половин година или за 5 години. Всъщност това са постоянните проекти, постоянните обновявания на софтуер, хардуер и обучаването на персонала в такъв порядък, че е 7-8 години. Като цяло, последната 2019 година всъщност получихме този сертификат за умна фабрика, когато решихме да видим колко ни остава да станем смарт фабрика и се оказа, че ни остават буквално 2-3 стъпки от чеклиста, понеже другото без да искаме с годините сме го постигнали. Тайната е в малките стъпки.
Малки стъпки. Добре. А как всъщност българските производства могат да се възползват от това те да станат умни производства?
Най-вече могат да почерпят от чужди опит, понеже ние сме нещо като пионер в тази област, поне в България. Тук има доста, за добро или лошо, има голям потенциал за спестяване и дигитализация, понеже голяма част от процесите са все още ръчни и неоптимизирани. Това, което могат да направят е, могат да се възползват от нашите експерти и нашия опит да дойдат в завода нашия, да видят как се случват нещата. И допълнително към това ние сме организирали тази година едно състезание, го наричаме ние, но то всъщност е помощ към българската индустрия, всичката автоматизация на машини, която ние сме като компания можем да предложим. Ние да я осигурим и да инвестираме в една компания.
Добре, защо? Веднага да спирам и да питам, защо трябва да внедрите, да инвестирате огромния капацитет от хора, ресурси, време, разбира се. Каква е идеята тази инициатива?
Нашата идея е, че когато всеки по-отделно се справя по-добре, българският бизнес въобще като цяло започва да расте и да е по-конкурентоспособен. Не сме затворена компания, която създава ноу-хау, ставаме дигитални, смарт и си затваряме вратата за всички. Всъщност, нали, се възползваме само ние. Всъщност ние искаме да бъдем отворени. Нашия завод е и шоурум. Даже аз се обичам да казвам, че е зоопарк, понеже всеки ден доста хора идват и гледат как работи всичко вътре. Имаме роботи, имаме машини, имаме процеси. Не може да се снима вътре като цяло видеоклипове, но всичко, което видите вътре, може да го използвате. Нашата идея е да цялата индустрия да се движи заедно като едно. Не ние да бъдем напред или...
Става въпрос за инициативата Стартирай 4.0, нали така?
Да, в този случай да, става въпрос за нея.
Добре, колко време имат още компаниите да се възползват?
За момента срокът е 30 септември, така че не е твърде късно. Ние го удължихме няколко пъти. Някои компании, които те първа започват да кандидатстват, също може да ги изчакаме няколко дни или седмица. Самата инициатива, идеята е, че се попълват документи, попълва с форма за кандидатстване, след което някой от нас се свързва с кандидатите и съответно ние помагаме в целия процес. Плюсът е, че не само една фирма печели, всъщност всеки участник печели консултация с наш експерт относно въпросите, по които има нужда. Така или иначе няма губеща фирма от това, че участва. Участието не е обвързано с нищо, но ние сме обвързани с това да консултираме всеки участник относно нашата експертиза, как може да помогне за решаване на техния проблем.
Тоест, вие давате от една страна консултантската помощ, чисто като консултанти.
Да, това го получават всички участници.
Okay.
А един участник получава и финансовата подкрепа, плюс цялата логистика, ние да изградим, да поумним 20 машини в съответното предприятие, където...
Какво включва това поумняване като продукти и като решения?
Това включва, зависи от предприятието, което спечели, това включва от контролерите, които може би на място ги няма или не са толкова напреднали, не са IoT базирани и така нататък. Ние доставяме сглобено табло с автоматизация, което да автоматизира съществуващи машини. Ако има стари контролери, се опитваме да използваме тях, ако не може, ги подменяме. Цялата подмяна, плюс електрочеста, плюс индустриалните компютри и софтуерите, които правят цялото производство умно, плюс клауд. Всичко това нещо го поемаме ние като изпълнение. От проектирането, прехвърлянето на програмите, цялата работа по интегрирането и изпълнението.
Добре, в този случай ще има ли възможност примерно да използвам таблета си, за да гледам какво се случва на една машина?
Това е идеята, не само, че ще има възможност. Идеята е, ако имате повече машини, ние сме се спрели на 20, но идеята е самото предприятие, едната от точките в оценката всъщност е да има визия за развитие на нашия проект. Да не бъде еднократен проект, нали, както казах, тайната е в последователните малки стъпки. Ние не искаме да инвестираме голяма сума еднократно и това предприятие да каже, ние от днеска сме смарт и след 2 години вече да не са смарт. Та всъщност много голяма тежест в оценката на нашото жури е това как ще продължи тази инициатива. Та идеята е тия машини, които ние ще поумним, да бъдат началната стъпка и всички от тях да се виждат на таблет, на телефон, да се виждат отдалечено, без значение къде са по света. И след това вече всяка друга машина, която се интегрира в това предприятие, да бъде такава.
Тоест до утре, за момента, компаниите могат да участват?
Да, ако имаме доста заявки, пак можем да удължим срока. Вече го удължихме с повече от месец, така че всички са заинтересовани това да се случи.
Тук е момента да кажа, че ние от Професионалната асоциация по роботика и автоматизация също участваме в инициативата и ще дадем две безплатни членства, премиум членства, годишни за две избрани компании от Стартирай 4.0. Предполагам, че на вашия сайт може да се намери информация.
Да, на нашия сайт Стратегия 4.0 е заглавието на инициативата. Цялата информация, всички стъпки за кандидатстването са там. se.com е сайта или .bg. Може всичко да бъде видяно там.
Окей. От твоят опит в превръщането на една фабрика в умна, кое е ключовото според теб, това тя да стане умна?
Ключовото е хората в нея да бъдат, първо тяхното мнение относно процеса да бъде взето под внимание. На много места се опитват, когато поумняваме процес, примерно всичката хартия от едно място се преписва в един Excel и казваме вече процесът е дигитален. Нали, ако имаме примерно човек, който работи на машина, махаме човека, слагаме робот и казваме, нали, това е дигитално. този подход не работи. Когато дигитализираме процеса, ние всъщност трябва да минем през всички стъпки наново да премислим този процес дали подлежи на дигитализация. Първата част е да питаме хората къде може да се оптимизират нещата и къде всъщност те виждат проблем. Това така започнахме ние. След това променихме голяма част от процесите, така че да бъдат лесни за дигитализация и автоматизация.
Какво означава да се превърнеш нещо лесно в дигитализация и автоматизация?
Означава то да бъде готово, нали, пример, който дадох, махаме човека от стола, на същия стол слагаме робот, след това казваме, че е много скъпо да го програмираме да прави същата задача обикновено. Това е понеже самия процес не е пригоден за автоматизация. Когато автоматизираме производствен ръчен процес, например, може да се наложи да сменим цялата концепция, да насложим нова машина, нали, да махнем столчето на човека, да се промени въобще поточната линия заради автоматизация. Ако говорим за бизнес процес тип дигитализация на хартия, например, може би част от примерно печати, подписи, всичко, което не е задължително по закон, но така се е правило 30 години в предприятието, е нещо, което може да отпадне и може да бъде заменено с дигитален подпис или нещо друго.
Окей, паралелно с това от колегите зад кадър получавам въпрос, който е от онлайн стрима. Какво мислите за IPC CFX стандарта?
IPC CFX не съм сигурен, че точно, нали, не разбирам въпроса какво се има предвид.
Да, ако може,
ако може нещо
да се поясни.
Да се поясни малко, да.
Добре, относно превръщането на една фабрика в умна, кое беше твоята основна мотивация да участваш в един такъв проект?
Моята мотивация е първо, че аз се занимавам като цяло с индустриална автоматизация главно и енергийна ефективност, плюс всичките останали дигитализации като процес. И това за мен е нещо, което, нали, едва ли не виждаме от това, което казахме преди 10 години, че е бъдещето, всъщност го виждаме сега направено. Това беше моята мотивация, да сбъднем бъдещето и ние да станем умна фабрика. Всички умни неща, които виждаме като клауд, изкуствен интелект, машин лърнинг, такива умни думички, които се чуват. Отделно като производител Schneider Electric произвежда всичко от прекъсвачите, контролери, софтуери и всичко това нещо да бъде, нали, една голяма така детска площадка за инженери, нали, в която можеше ние да направим всичко, което мислим, че е полезно и резултата, нали, се оказа, че наистина е полезно. Да, като цяло това, че сбъдваме нещата, които мислехме, че са бъдеще, се случиха сега. И това, че можем да го показваме на всички останали и всъщност да помагаме на много компании посредством нашата умна фабрика е нещо, което продължава да ме кара да се занимавам с тази част.
Говорейки си за умната и фабрика, ти спомена по-рано смарт центъра, така казано, при вас.
Да,
правилно.
То се води, да, има фабриката, самата фабрика в Пловдив е разделена на две части. Едното се казва Innovation Hub, което е входа на фабриката, където е нещо като шоурум на всички хардуер и софтуер, които има вътре, но, нали, може да се пипне, да се разгледа, да се говори с хората там, които го използват. Даже може някой да отиде да си поиграе с апаратурата, да помисли как това може да му е полезно. И другата част, самото производство, където вече вътре е малко по-стриктен режима на посещения, където има маршрут, по който минават всички и могат да разгледат как го ползваме това нещо на живо.
Окей. Участвате като част от Robotics Strategy Forum. Зад мен има една машина. Можеш ли да разкажеш малко повече за нея и защо да дойдат повече хора да я видят на живо и всъщност какво прави тя?
Тази машина доста събира тълпа от хора покрай нея. Може би причината не е заради нас, а заради бомбоните, които изстрелва. Това е единствената машина, която така интерактивно замеря хората с бомбони. Събират се в чашка, нали? Не е опасно. Идеята е тук, че ние показваме всъщност синхронизация на оси. Ако говорим за машина, тук са няколко оси, нали, примерно CNC машина плюс нещо друго, един малък производствен процес с малка проточна линейка. Просто сме я направили в тип геймификация на цялата концепция. И показваме нашия контролер, един от нашите контролери за машини, как синхронизира осите, така че, примерно, докато си изстрелва бомбонката, чашката я догонва и съответно пада в чашката. Но идеята за цялото нещо е, че този контролер, който е в тази машина, може да се достъпва през веб страница, през телефон, през таблет. Самата машина е вързана към клауд, където може много такива машини да се следят в световен мащаб.
Можем да кажем колко бомбони са изстреляли?
Ами може, да. Днеска за деня са няколко стотин успешно оцелили чашката.
Успешно?
Да,
Okay.
И още малко повече неуспешно от колегите, защото има ръчен режим, така че в ръчния режим успеха е по-малко. Да.
Окей, съответно получихме информация за стандарта IPC-CFX is an industry-developed open international standard forming the foundation, backbone of factory of the future applications. IPC-CFX is a plug-and-play solution that simplifies and standardizes machine-to-machine communication while also facilitating machine-to-business and business-to-machine applications.
Значи с точно текущ този стандарт не съм запознат изцяло за какво става въпрос. Нашата сертификация не е по него. Това, което е смарт в нашата фабрика, първо нивото на автоматизация като ниво. Освен това има нещо, което името е доста дълго и на френски, не мога да сета точно цялото съкращение. Има в Шнайдер вътрешен такъв екип, който всъщност сравнява фабриките по света нашите с себе си и с тези извън компанията. И всъщност нашите изисквания вътрешните се базират на всички европейски стандарти за смарт и въобще за ефективност. Тип ISO 50001, примерно, нашата фабрика беше първата в България, която сертифицира за ефективност. Вътрешният екип стъпва на тези стандарти, завишава ги леко и казва, ние трябва да отговаряме на всички тези стандарти, но защото всички фабрики отговарят в Европа, например, ние са мери фабрики като Германия, Франция, така че всички отговарят в тези стандарти, но въпросът е над тях колко по-ефективни можем да бъдем, колко по-автоматизирани. И тази смарт сертификация е базирана на изпълнението на всичките текущи стандарти. Този специално трябва да го проверя дали доколко сме според него. Но и над тях всъщност ние печелим фабрики в Франция и Германия с по-ниски резултат от нашата в Пловдив. На база вътрешната оценка, колко сме над изискванията, които са по закон задължителни.
Окей. Отново ще те върна към статия 4.0. Инициативата е безплатна, изцяло безплатна.
Да.
Окей. Тоест до утре поне ще имате възможност да се регистрирате за Стартирай 4.0 на сайта на Schneider Electric. Благодаря ви, че бяхме заедно в тази кратка дискусия с Калян. Калян, благодаря, че се включи, че подкрепяте Асоциацията по роботика в това да превърнем България в високотехнологична държава, която добавя висока стойност в икономиката. В момента минаваме в обедна почивка. Това е перфектният момент вие да дойдете и да посетите на място нашите щандове. Паралелно с това ще ви моля да харесате нашата Facebook страница, нашата YouTube страница и съответно да оставите коментар за събитието или да зададете вашият въпрос. Следващият панел ще бъде от 1:30 и ще си говорим на английски по теми като IoT, индустрия 4.0, изкуствен интелект и какви са перспективите. Очаквайте ни съвсем скоро.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си, тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред включените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете мениджър в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване, международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете мениджър в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
Здравейте, приятели на Robotics Strategy Forum. Днес ще разгледаме фирмите, които са тук присъствено на изложението и вие онлайн ще може да бъдете част от изложението. Първата фирма, при която сме, са Schneider Electric. Здравейте!
Здравейте!
С какво се занимавате вие?
Ние се занимаваме с дигитализация на всичко.
Може ли само да говорите малко по-високо?
Занимаваме с дигитализация на процеси и оптимизация на използването на енергия. Правим света по-интуитивен, по-лесен, дигитализиран и ефективен като цяло. Тук показваме машина, която благодарение на смарт частта, която е тук долу, може да синхронизира различни оси и целта в случая да изстрелва бомбони, но показваме пълна машина с управление през интернет, през тъчскрин, през телефон, като всички данни от нея отиват в клауд, където може много такива машини централизирано се наблюдават.
Доколкото знам, може и с ръка да се управлява и да се стреля с бомбоните.
Идеята е да тестваме доколко ще победи ръчния труд спрямо изкуствения интелект, така че за сега печели машина.
Много ви благодаря. Сега можем да преминем към следващия щанд, който е щандът на Фанук. Здравейте! Вие с какво се занимавате?
Представителство на японската компания Фанук от 40 години в България. Акцента на изложението е върху роботите и Фанук предлага решения за автоматизация на производството.
Какво показвате днес на нашия форум?
На форума сме внесли обучителна клетка, която е предназначена за обучителни организации, за обучение, за лесно обучение на роботи.
Добре, ами много ви благодаря. На щанда на гигаавтомата няма никой, затова ще преминем към следващия, а когато дойдат момчетата, ще продължим. Здравейте! С какво се занимавате вие?
Ами аз представям фирма Спасима ООД. Нашата фирма се занимава с производство и внедряване на специализирани системи за автоматизация. Също така Спасима е интегратор на Кука, на АББ и на Фанук. Главно автоматизираме машини за леене на метали по налягане, но се занимаваме и с всякакви къстъм решения за автоматизация, както в България, така и в света.
Много ви благодаря. Следващата фирма е Civico, където също няма хора. И накрая стигаме до нашите приятели.
Здравейте!
Здравейте! Вие с какво се занимавате?
Ние се занимаваме с утилизирането на роботите в по-сложни движения в пространството, като пакетираме робота с софтуер за външно програмиране на робота, където това ни дава на 110% пълна ефективност на железарията, наречена робот, което остава едно желязо, без да има приложение. Ако това приложение не бъде разработено на 100% ваше. Един робот върви с инженерното решение и с софтуера, който му дава свободата. Общо взето е това. Софтуера можем да го използваме и самия робот можем да го използваме за фрезоване. Това е шпиндъл. Може да се сложи фрезови инструмент. Сега не сме го сложили, тъй като поради причини за безопасност. Може да се сложи лазер, може да се сложи 3D принтираща глава, за да правим вече производство с добавяне на материала, така наречените additive manufacturing. Един робот не е само да вземе нещо да постави, един робот може да прави една брой функции, стига да имаме един калкулатор, който ще ни даде това изчисление на траектории като цяло.
Днес предполагам, че представяте и вашата академия.
Представям и академията, която е производствена академия. Тя се казва XYZ Академия, намира се в индустриална зона Божурище, където ние ковеме кадри за индустрията. Ковеме кадри от гледна точка на фирмени кадри, където правим специализирани обучения, кой каквото му е нужно, за да почне да докарва пари на фирмата, в която работи. От натискане на един зелен бутон до програмиране на технологии, да кажем подбор на инструменти, подбор на режими и така нататък. Когато доставиме софтуерни платформи робот, в 90% от случаите е нужен оператор или човек, който да може да работи с тази техника. Затова не бяхме принудени, да кажем, но пазара ни принуди до някъде да отворим и собствена академия, където да ковеме тези кадри. Пак казваме, ние не взимаме хора от технически училища, да кажем, от колежи, не ни трябват само висшисти. Който има желание да се научи, заповядайте в XYZ Академия, Божурище, намерете ни в интернет и ще ви дадем изданието, което е нужно.
Това бяха Rapid Progress. С теб имаме и подкаст. Хората могат да го гледат.
Да го гледат и да се заровяват.
Дай 5. Сега минаваме към следващата фирма. Здравейте.
Здравейте.
С какво се занимавате вие?
Ние представляваме фирма Sofia за събитие с представляваните от нашата компания колаборативни роботи, които са предназначени за работа в близост и съвместно с хора. Заради това още ги наричаме коботи. Представяме линия от няколко робота на Universal Robots и също така запознаваме заинтересованата публика с възможностите за интеграция с мобилните роботи на Mobile Industrial Robots. Това, с което тези роботи са уникални, е възможността не само да работят в непосредствена близост с хората, но също така дават възможност в случай на досег с човек да блокират.
Можем ли да го демонстрираме?
След което отново, разбира се, след което отново да продължат да работят, да извършват процедурата, която е необходима от мястото на спиране. Разбира се, нашия инженерен екип сега ще направи демонстрация, ще помогне за демонстрация.
Всъщност виждаме как колаборативният робот в момента се движи и изпълнява някакви прости функции. И когато го пипнем,
важното е да стане срещу посоката на движението и той блокира.
Ясно.
Съответно спря и може с натискането на бутона веднага робота да продължи там, откъдето е спрял.
Срещу посоката на движение.
Сега
значи ще го изчакаме.
Да. И с бутона Enable продължаваме работа.
Това са само част от фирмите, които може да видите на Robotics Strategy Forum. Нека сега да продължим и с останалите. Всъщност в момента мисля, че можем да излезем навън и да видим представянето на серията Bionicle на роботите. След малко ще ни разкажат малко повече на щанда на Фесто за тях. Има още роботи от серията Bionicle. Нека сега да минем на щанда на... Здравейте! Можете ли да ни разкажете малко повече за вашия щанд? Ще извикаме колегата. Добре, тогава ще минем на следващия. Здравейте! Ще можете ли да ни разкажете малко повече за вашия щанд? Какъв е вашият робот и с какво се занимавате?
Първо, ние сме представители на Институт по механика към Българска академия на науките и тук участваме с този екзоскелетон, който е екзоскелетон с цел рехабилитация на хора, които имат проблеми с движенията. И мога да ви кажа малко за него. По принцип, направили сме тази разработка преди няколко години. Имаме разработка и за долни крайници. Там може да го видите на този постер. Този тук е варианта, който е от пластмаса, лек преносим и може да се облича от хората. Има връзка с специално разработен интерфейс с компютър. Връзката минава през интернет и може да се осъществява комуникация на далечни разстояния. Един вид може да се прави телерехабилитация с него. За какво се състои екзоскелетона? Има 4 степени на свобода. Задвижването е с пневматични мускули. Интерфейсът се свързва с виртуална реалност. Използваме виртуален шлем, който допринася така за психологическата рехабилитация на човека. И когато се подкрепи човек в виртуалната реалност, той може да се види като един виртуален герой. Може да извършва гимнастически упражнения. Може да се разгледа целият гимнастически салон и тук може да извършваш различни упражнения. Самия екзоскелетон създава, той е така наречено хаптик управление. Той създава усещане за тези приложени сили в виртуалната реалност и по този начин се създава по-реално усещане за сцената.
Много ви благодаря. Колегата дойде ли вече? Може... Добре, ами значи ще преминем към следващия щанд. Да, имаме микрофон. Днес сме са нашите приятели от Omnibot. Здравей! iRice, извинете. Какво предлагате вие днес?
Ние предоставяме да се види един прототип на робот, който е предназначен за хора с увреждания, да им даде пълната свобода на движение в затворени помещения и навънка, което им асистира така, че да се изправят в изправено положение, да могат да оперират в средата, така че средата да не е необходимо да се адаптира спрямо тях.
Добре, можете ли да ни демонстрирате как той работи?
Да, разбира се. Значи основното действие е с помощта на газови пружини. Всъщност човека влиза в устройството. Тази ръчка е единствено да контролира движението нагоре и надолу. С тази ръчка има газова пружина, която нейното действие е да се настрои така, че всъщност спрямо теглото на човека, той да изпадне, така да се каже, в безтегловност и само когато се освободи газовата пружина, той си напътства нагоре или надолу да му е положението. Тук това е най-удобното, че дава абсолютна свобода на човека в какво изправено или седнало или от едното към другото положение, той да регулира в какво положение да е в момента. Другото нещо е, когато той е вътре, имаме това странично движение, което може да се абсолютно странично да се движи, което му позволява, когато е на работен плод, много добър достъп до работния плод. Отделно възможност да маневрира, за да сменя позицията. И то нулевия градус на завиване, което всъщност той в рамките на самото устройство прави. Това му дава предимства в затворени положения, в много тесни пространства да може да оперира човека.
Много ви благодаря за презентацията. Сега можем да се върнем. Вече предполагам, че нашия колега ще е свободен и ще може да ни разкаже малко повече за техният щанд. Здравейте! Можете ли да ни разкажете малко повече за вашия щанд?
Ами разбира се, ние сме от Института по информационни и комуникационни технологии на Българската академия на науките и в момента представяме два проекта пред вас. Единият, който е свързан с учебната роботика, се казва nitroclubs.eu и това е проект по Erasmus+. Ние сме координатори и този проект е свързан с обучението като извънкласни занимания по роботика на ученици от средните училища. А другия проект, който искаме да представяме днес пред вас, това е свързан с националната програма Интелигентно животновъдство, финансирана от МОН. И там представяме робота Робко, който е транспортен робот за пренасене на готови товари, продукции и така нататък.
Можем ли да отидем и да погледнем робота?
Разбира се. Първо ще ви покажем учебния робот. Това е една мобилна платформа, която има отгоре една камера с изкуствен интелект и благодарение на нея в момента може да следиме черна линия на бяло поле, като софтуерът е разработен от нас и той ще бъде предоставен безплатно. Всъщност той е качен на GitHub акаунта ни, който е създаден и имаме линк към нашия сайт на проекта NitroClubs. Оттам всеки един желаещ може да сваля софтуера и може да го използва многократно без никакви проблеми. На същия сайт от другия месец почваме да разработваме учебна програма за тези извънкласни занимания по роботика, като ще имаме лекции и упражнения за самите деца, а след това ще направим и самото обучение на учителите, които ще преподават на тези деца. И накрая вече на третата година ще се направи състезание, или ние сме го кръстили Робоолимпиада, като в проекта участват 7 организации, 4 от България, ние, нашия институт и 3 училища и два партньора от Румъния, 2 партньора от Словакия и тук в България ще се съберем, стига да позволяват противоепидемиологичните мерки и ще направим състезание между отделните тимове по роботика.
Много ви благодаря за изчерпателното разяснение. Виждате, че около нас се събират хора, защото отвън лети нашият робот. Можем, предполагам, и от тук да излезем. Жоро. Жоро. Снимаме за Facebook в момента. Можеш ли да ни разкажеш малко повече за Festo Bionicle, който виждаме тук, как лети в момента?
Festo Bionicle това е една ресърч програма, която върви последните няколко години. Идеята на нея е реално да намерим как се случва в природата и да се възползваме от това, как може да го ползваме после в производствените линии. Примерно, да кажем, от птиците може да разберем какви материали да вземе, от друга страна как можем да направим все повече комплексни системи в малко пространство, в малка платка, как да управляваме различни неща. Другото, което примерно от ще разехме идеята, по какъв начин ще може да се направи грипер, който е на робот ръката, за да може да взима различни компоненти. Може да направи с венду, за да се взимат компонентите и да бъдат лептори, точно както е в един гущ. Така че идеята на тези програми, които са ресърч, е наистина да се научим от природата какво, как се случва, да може после да ги ползваме вътре в самата производствена линия и по нашите компоненти да разработваме.
След малко ще дойдем и на вашия щанд и ще ни разкажеш още повече. Спри записа. Здравейте след краткото прекъсване. Днес тук сме с Гига Автомата, българския колаборативен робот на техния щанд. Здравей, Жоро!
Здравей!
Какво представяте вие тук днес?
Ами, това е робота ни
Ще застанете тук.
Колаборативен робот, изцяло проектиран от нас, произведен в България също така. Като технически характеристики може да носи 5 кг, това самия той тежи 22 кг, 5 кг на 850 мм разстояние от основата.
Можем ли да го демонстрираме как работи?
Можем, ето колегата ще направи някакво движение. В момента е екипиран с един плащач електрически на G-Matic, плащач е италиански. Монтиране колкото за демонстрацията.
Може ли само да говориш малко по-високо, защото не се чува добре на микрофона?
Добре ли?
Не, продължаваме, но...
Да, бе.
Ами, това е. Приятели, това е щандът, който пропуснахме. Сега можем да продължим. Както виждате, има доста хора. Безспорно изложението е доста интересно. Могат да се видят абсолютно всякакви роботи. И сега идваме на щанда на АБВ Академия. Здравей!
Здравейте!
Какво показвате вие днес?
Показваме възможностите за обучение на деца по роботика от най-малкия ни робот, който е за 5-6 годишни, където работим без екрани, без лаптопи, с базова логика и залагаме на играта с ръце. Като минем през лего роботиката, която е класика
жанра.
Жанр, да, в обучението на деца и въвеждането в механика, и в физика, и в програмирането. И стигнем до по-комплексни и практични проекти, като това да си направиш едно умно устройство от няколко части, като децата сами си ги запоят, после да си принтират 3D кутийка, тази очевидно не е 3D принтирана, тази е много по-еко, картонена. И разбира се, винаги се опира до програмиране, всичко за да стане умно, трябва да има програмиране. Това е, което искаме да покажем на нашите приятели и да се опитаме да обогатим образователната атмосфера и да дадем възможност повече деца да се докоснат до система обучението.
Следващата фирма, при която ще отидем, се намира в ето тази зала. Добре, ами при Милара няма никой, така че може би ще си поговорим с Жоро Грозданов от Фесто. Само...
Искаш сега?
Секунда само. Така, вече е доста по-добре. Здравей, Жоро!
Здрасти!
Хайде сега да си поговорим малко повече за вашия щанд. Имаме и пеперуди, които не сме видели все още.
Да, пеперуди, както казах, нали, също имаме и чайка, и пеперудите. Идеята да вземем точно от байониците идеите, как се случва в природата и да ги имплементираме после в производството. В момента разработваме също и колаборативен робот, който скоро ще има повече информация за него. И има една много интересна система, която тук сме представили, която е за Liquid Handler система, която идеята е с пипетките тя се ползва такава система да се ползва в фармацевтиката и също и за лаборатории за тестове. Както примерно сега модерно за COVID ситуацията, фактически с тази система може да се взимат и да се вкарват специално по микролитри течност, която е да служи за тестването на дали ще бъде за COVID, дали ще бъде за кръвни тестове. Идеята е да се оптимизират и все по-бързо да се случват нещата в лабораторни тестове.
Този робот може ли да се използва и като биопринтер?
По-скоро ние ползваме компоненти от принтиране от 3D принтери, а за биопринтер това е нещо, което е интересна тема, което трябва да помислим в бъдеще. Защо не? Защото принципа не е кой знае колко сложен. В смисъл подобен на това, което в момента имаме.
ако не се лъжа, биониците летят на всеки кръгълчас,
Да.
отвън или вътре.
Точно така.
Ами...
Всеки кръгълчас има тук, така че следващото мисля, че беше към колко часа е към... Да, след половин час ще има, така че ще направим с петролата да лети.
Ами, значи, ако дойдете на Robotics Strategy Forum, може да видите и летящи роботи.
На всеки половин един час имаме летящ робот, дали ще е вътре или вънка. Добре дошли сте.
Можем да преминем... все още няма никой на щандът на Милара. Тогава отиваме при нашите приятели от ТОЕС. Къде? Сега вече можем да продължим към щанда на ТОЕС. Здравейте! Здравейте! Ако може някой от вас да дойде или да говорите доста по-силно. Какво представяте днес?
Представям своя проект Smart Electricity Meter, който представлява смарт електромер, който изчислява консумацията в дома, в който е включен, като уникалното за него е да разпознава консуматорите, които са включени в мрежата. И цялата информация може да се праща на мобилно приложение, на веб приложение и на сайт, където може да гледате консуматорите и тяхната информация.
Можем да покажем и платката, която предполагаме е прототипна.
Да, тя е прототипна и между другото това е стария прототип. Тя е не е добре работещата. Като цяло това е най-новата версия.
Можем да я покажем.
Сега, както казахте, това е прототипна версия и няма пълните си възможности, тъй като не може да разпознава консуматорите сега. Следи се пълната консумация.
Добре, предполагам, че вие може да ни разкажете малко повече за HackTOES.
Разбира се, HackTOES е събитие, организирано от ученици за ученици. Аз съм Свети, до мен е Злати и сме от 11 клас в ТОЕС и сме част от новия организационен екип. HackTOES представлява събитие, в което за 3 дни учениците създават проекти. По дадена тема последната година беше опазване на околната среда и успяха да направят доста интересни проекти, като дори осмокласниците се откроиха с доста интересни разработки. Например, бяха направили система от сензори за следене на температурата в гората и това да предотврати пожарите.
ТОЕС Фест пък е своеобразен празник. Това е отворените врати на училището, като там се представят проекти в 3 категории: роботика и вградени микропроцесорни системи, софтуер и хардуер, компютърни мрежи по-точно, като проектите са на всякакви теми. Там се представят дипломни работи, курсови работи или извънкласни проекти. Миналата година големия победител беше Smart Medical Box. Това е една своеобразна кутия, в която има на определен час, пуска определено количество лекарства и издава звуков и светлинен сигнал, за да помогне на възрастен човек да не забрави своите лекарства и да не предозира с тях. Други интересни проекти са Face Mask Detection. Това е система от камери, която чрез изкуствен интелект засича дали определен служител си е свалил маската и ако изпраща на работодателя точната дата и час и името на самия служител, който го е направил. И това са само част от малкото проекти, които можете да видите там.
Радваме се. Нека преминем и към следващия щанд, а именно щандът на Sofia Tech Park и техните роботи. Здравейте! Можете ли да ни разкажете малко повече днес какво имаме на този щанд?
На този щанд ние акцентираме върху малкия робот, който служи за обучение. Обучаваме го да изпълнява различни видове команди, като на него тестваме алгоритми. Той реагира на движение, реагира на команди, които му задаваме. В момента няма как да го демонстрираме точно какво прави, тъй като трябва да бъде свързан към сървъра. Но акцентът тази година е върху тази мобилна платформа за дезинфекция, която се използва в болничните лечебни заведения. Тя работи автономно, влиза в болничната стая, прави карта и прави дезинфекция на помещението, съгласно тези от UV лампи.
В случая виждаме, че няма UV лампи, а сте го направили с LED лента.
Не, LED лентата просто осветява, нали, тези лампи.
Да.
Ето това са UV лампите. Но те няма как да се пуснат. Да, това стъклото е UV лампата. Няма как да се пуснат в момента, тъй като те правят дезинфекции. Те са вредни, когато човека е вътре в помещението. Тоест прави се дезинфекцията и трябва да няма хора вътре.
Много ви благодаря. И вече пристъпваме към една от последните зали на нашето изложение и започваме с нашите партньори от Инженер БГ. Здравейте!
Здравейте!
Какво видяхте днес на нашето изложение?
Днес първо благодарим за поканата да се включим в прекрасното събитие. Това, което видях, е първо едно по-голямо събитие в сравнение с предишната година, с повече посетители и разбира се по-интересни, по-нови, по-инновативни, още по-инновативни разработки. Това, което и нас като техническа медия ни интересува безкрайно много.
Много ви благодаря. Можем да преминем и към следващия щанд. Здравейте!
Здравейте!
Какво можем да видим при вас?
Така, това, което ние сме казали, всъщност заедно с наши партньори, които предоставяха тази кафе-машина, е фактически модул, който е вграден вътре, който позволява да се извършват безкешови плащания посредством приложение, разработено от нас. Освен в вейник индустрията, този тип решение се ползва в ресторанти, бензиностанции, паркинги, навсякъде, където човек търси по някакъв начин да улесни начина си на плащане. Отделно се разработват и специални модули, вътрешен модул към приложението, към самата система, която да позволи плащане в точки, където хората нямат достъп до интернет, да се изисква допълнителен пост-терминал, просто с NFC tag или с QR код да могат да получават съответните плащания. В общи линии това е основното, като нашите партньори се съпоставя една много високо качествена кафе-машина, където хората могат да се насладят, да запитат едно кафе и да се поръчат, да се стилят положението и съответно да му кажем как става процеса и да...
Ако не се лъжа, за тази кафе-машина можем да платим с криптовалути?
Да, значи в момента се прави интеграция, за момента работим с Avalanche, правим разработка и с други валути, като търсим подходящия стейблкоин, с който да работим. В крайна сметка, поради популацията има моменти, които са по-различни, но да, точно в момента не знам дали с тази машина, но със сигурност има машини, които са на центъра в Витушка, с които може да си платите кафе, да си купите кафе с криптовалути, специално Avalanche.
Много ви благодаря. И последният щанд е един доста интересен. Черешката на тортата са нашите приятели от SimLogic. Здравей! Наживо сме във Facebook. Какво можем да видим тук?
Ами това е робот, който дава натурални сокчета, т.е. 30% концентрат. Индустриален робот на фону с интересна интеграция. Забавно. И имаме сензор, който е лазерен сензор, който позволява да работим в зоната на робота. Той в момента се опитва да представи, че ние сме навлезли в зоната, която е спорт, то е спряло. Аз като излезе извън тази зона, той ще довърши движението си с ниска скорост и вече като излезем напълно от зоните, ще довърши движението си с максималната си работна скорост за тези движения. Тази клетка съответно е само направена с цел показване на шестосно манипулиране на обекти. Иначе конкретно този фанук е предназначен за заваряване. Самата механика, конструкцията му е оптимизирана за заварчен робот по процеса мик-мак.
Всъщност всеки посетител, който иска, може да натисне синьото копче и да...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, in this time, it's very different just to speak in the room that there is no people. But I intend that lots of us are working online. In the next 1 hour, we will talk about industrial automation and iGrow. What is the main points? In general, in the latest 10 years, there is a very huge growth in artificial intelligence. So from somehow theoretical discipline, currently we can find it everywhere. And also it is very connected to the industrial automation. I mean, lots of the companies fighting currently for digitalization, to different stuff related to the COVID and so on. Even we have a joke that currently the COVID itself drives the digitalization. So I will give time for a short introduction from me and my colleague regarding, can you share your experience regarding the current mode, work from home? Do you have some specific stuff that you do regarding these corona times? And first I will give the word to Nadia that is joining online. We are in the hybrid event.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm Nadia. It's a pleasure to meet you all. And I'm with the company Technology Valley. We are specialized in artificial intelligence and more specifically in natural language understanding. We actually have developed our own technology in that field. And regarding the pandemic and work from home, actually, yes, absolutely. Before that, we also had such a policy that allows that as well. But now, of course, during the pandemic, we believe this is there should be even stronger, just to be safer and to maintain good health and keep distance. So we have different practices, daily meetings and others, digital meetings, so that we can keep up to date with everything and still socialize, although from a distance.
Thank you, Nadia. Maybe Georgi.
Yeah, okay. My name is Georgi Grozdanov, and I am the head of the engineering center in Festo here in Sofia. And about the engineering center, we are growing very quickly, and the idea is to develop a different kind of product for the automation and robotics, where we have already something like 100 people and doing a lot of things for the hardware, mechanics, software, testing, and so on. About the pandemic situation and home office, from the beginning, the people are a little afraid that if the home office will decrease the performance, I can say. But this is exactly opposite, because I think the home office really gives more opportunity for the people to be more flexible, working really in where they want and where they have, they are motivated and really to do the stuff correctly. And from the other side, what is good especially for the companies which are international companies, here we see a lot of benefit that everybody in different kinds of places, in different locations, they are working, all of them are working digital with different kinds of tools. And this is something which really help to increase the collaboration between the teams in different locations and really to create one team, global team. For this reason, I think COVID, especially for the engineers and for the IT industry, I think it's something which is beneficial, to be honest. Beneficial, let's say it on this way, which is, I'm not saying from the...
really drive the digitalization in your...
Exactly.
Okay, well, I'll take a step back to say a few words about myself. So, Tihomir Georgiev. I'm an engineering manager in Dokато Technology in one of the development offices in Sofia. And what the Dokато technology is doing is it enables retailers to operate online by providing an integrated platform, which means basically an end-to-end solution that would take care of the planning, the forecasting of the goods, the full management of the supply chain, and the way these goods are being manipulated, stored, transitioned, as well as the customer fulfillment part of where we actually create and assemble the orders of the clients, so we can ship large amounts of groceries across the world. So from this perspective, back to the questions of COVID-19. So since COVID-19, what we've seen is that the demand for online grocery shopping skyrocketed, and the research shows that this type of demand is here to stay. And this type of demand, it inflicted big pressure to the large suppliers, to the large retailers, and they were searching and still searching for technologies that can enable the business to meet that demand. And Dokато Technology kind of found this way with the Dokато Smart Platform, where this is enabled with AI, robotics, and the integrated automation systems.
Thank you. Maybe at the end I will introduce me, not only the topic. My name is Pavlin Dobrev and I am director of Bosch.io, the company of Bosch that is focused on artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. Regarding the Corona times, it was very strange in the beginning, but as any international company, what we are facing in the beginning, we're missing the mask. And what was the solution? We directly developed the production lines from masks, even a medical masks that are certified by the authorities. So this was maybe very strange to the technology company to develop automated production lines for masks, but it was very good. Also, in several weeks after the beginning of pandemic, we developed one very interesting stuff related to exactly to the artificial intelligence and PCRs. We're offering a Vivolytics device. It is the device that can do the PCR test directly in almost everywhere. There is no need for particular medical assistance and so on. You just get a sample, put it inside a cartridge, and after that you receive not only for COVID, but I think 10 to 15 different viruses. This is a very good application in PCR and molecular biology for such kind of stuff. Especially, I really like the way how in the latest year the artificial intelligence really helped to the people. Regarding the companies in Bulgaria, we have 2 software companies and 2 that are not software for the Bosch. Almost immediately, I think even prior pandemic situation, we switched to work from home. It was relatively easy. What I see at the moment is that, how to say, the people like to go to the office, and it's relatively strange. We intended in the beginning, wow, it's interesting, but after that, the people miss the colleague, the people miss the communication. So we decided almost immediately, maybe after 1 month from the beginning, to open our office. Not a very big amount. Statistically, it's less than 10 people, but the human relations cannot be replaced by anything. You need just go to the coffee, grab and talk with the colleagues. Informal communication is really important in creative work like programming. Okay, let's go to the second question. Can you share examples regarding the digitalization and artificial intelligence, I mean the project in this area? Maybe first start from Dokато now.
Okay, thank you. I can speak about a few areas where we'll use the technologies basically blended in the Dokато Smart Platform, as I've mentioned. But one of the key areas where we are using this is, for example, on how we are forecasting the demand for goods. So we have powerful algorithms that would do this forecastings and collect all the information from the end users that would try to order goods from their homes, and then based on this information do a lot of calculations in order to acquire the right goods from the right suppliers in the right quantities. It's a huge challenge for groceries in this type of volumes to have fresh food and to have reduced waste. And these algorithms would help us to relocate fast the goods and to ship them as fast as we can to the end users. Another very interesting area is how we've managed the bots, the robots that are transporting goods inside the Dokато warehouses. We can mention it's like a huge scale in terms of more than 1,000 in one of the customer fulfillment centers. We have 2,000 robots that are transferring goods in different directions, and they are managed by an artificial intelligence algorithms that plan their routes. But the biggest challenge, and one of the key ones that we are developing and we're trying to tackle in Sofia, in the Sofia Technology Center, is the picking and packing of goods. Is basically a robotic arm that's trying to do kind of soft manipulation and be able to pick and transfer and package goods with the speed of a human. And the goods are in a great variety of like more than 50,000 items with different physical properties.
Thanks, Georgi.
Yeah, about artificial intelligence, there is a lot of examples which are coming, and let's stop on one where we are working a lot is about maintenance, predictive maintenance. What is the problem in the manufacturing lines is that you have a lot of manufacturing lines. In these manufacturing lines, you have a lot of components. One manufacturing line is built maybe from 1 million different kinds of pieces and small products. And at the end, what is difficult is really to understand which component is getting out of tolerance, and when this component will be maybe destroyed for some reasons or something, or will have some failure. And the problem is that when you have this kind of situation, what happens is that the manufacturing line will stop, and this is you are losing money to maybe something like millions, maybe it depends on the situation, because you need to wait to get the new components from somewhere, which will take time. And for this reason, one of the direction is about predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance means that you can predict when what will happen with different kinds of components, maybe with all of them, and to know when this component maybe will go out from the tolerance. And this kind of system is including exactly artificial intelligence algorithms, which are analyzing the data about the current situation, about the past situation, and based on that they are saying, okay, maybe after 2 weeks this component will be get out from the tolerance, the next component maybe will be after 2 days or something like this. And then the operator or the responsible person who is for this manufacturing line, he can collect this information to see when what will happen, and then based on that to ready to plan the maintenance. This means that he can order in advance the components, and after that to stop the line, for example, for 1 hour, to change the different components which will have issues in the next 2 weeks, for example, and after start immediately the line. This is a very good example where artificial intelligence is working, and where this will improve more and more and more. But there is a lot of other examples which we need to investigate more and more in the future. It's about, maybe the last example is about the current consumption. Current consumption in the manufacturing lines in factories is very, very big problem. We know what's happened with electricity now about the price, and the idea is that with this kind of algorithms to really to start analyzing and to see how you can optimize your manufacturing lines and components, how they should work, how they should. It is not necessary always to be on the optimal level. They need maybe sometimes to work on the something else to do it. And this is another potential which is coming as a trend, I can say.
Yeah, thanks, Nadia. We have something
Thank
to
you.
add?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of applications and digitalization, especially now in the pandemic, I think I can give some interesting examples about applications for the pandemic. So our natural language understanding technology actually has different applications, but one of the main applications is chatbots. So during the pandemic, we had an interesting use case for one of the top 3 pharma companies in the world. They had the problem of having the problem that the sales representative couldn't go to the hospitals and talk to doctors about a specific cancer treatment of theirs anymore because of the pandemic and the restrictions. So we have created a chatbot, so that it could be a digital assistant where doctors and health professionals could actually go and ask questions and get information about this specific cancer treatment of theirs, and nobody had to go on site in person in hospitals. So this was an interesting example of digitalization during the pandemic. Actually, a lot of opportunities came up because of the pandemic, additional opportunities as well. Also, as you mentioned, I also believe that the e-commerce sector is growing as well. I also believe that, and I have noticed that. We also have applications for digitalization in that regard as well. I mean, in terms of natural language understanding, we create search engines, searches for e-commerce websites where users can actually search by meaning, not by keywords. They can search for specific products, etc., and also based on AI, they can get suggestions and recommendations based on their specific preferences in the past and things like this. Also, we have developed other products as well in terms of, again, related to natural language understanding, but it's more related to sentiment and opinion analysis, because we have developed a more advanced than traditional sentiment analysis which has different applications as well. And also we have developed another product which we call Knowledge AI, which is quite common, especially now for bigger companies. Since they have a lot of documents and a lot of different types of data. It could be audio, video files as well, in addition to a lot of PDFs and intranets, wikis, internal wikis, and many other documentation and files. So our AI analyzes does this information and is trained on it so that it can answer questions with natural language based on that. So instead of looking for a certain document or the answer of a question that you have for hours, you can just ask the AI and the AI can provide the direct answer of your question.
Thank you, Nadia. Maybe just to add also one additional challenge that is currently to the industrial automation, and not only to the automation but also to the industry itself. This is the climate change. I think that Georgi mentioned something regarding the energy consumption of the industry. Currently, lots of the company fighting about carbon neutrality. I can say that Bosch is one of the first big company that already achieved carbon neutrality. This was stated in the beginning of this year. But it's not only achieved the carbon neutrality, but also offered the different technologies in order other companies to achieve. So we have a new unit, Bosch Climate Technology, that the idea is to help in that direction. And I really like that in the current way, industrial automation and AI help to conserve the natural resources. Because in most of the country, the nature is similar to the human life. I mean, conserving the nature needs to be in the same direction that conserving the human lives. This will be connected to my next question. In the prior 10 years, there was a German initiative that was named Industry 4.0. After that, this Industry 4.0 became a buzzword, replacing the terms digitalization. currently, the main technologies that are included in the Industry 4.0 are the terms smart factory and also the digital twin technologies. In many cases, we're trying to develop, how to say, models of the factory, and after that to apply different process to the model in order to check it pre-order stuff. So I want to ask the other colleagues, do you have experience and what you name it the Industry 4.0 in your area? So maybe.
Okay, Industry 4.0 is a very interesting question because different people understand different things, and at the end, Industry 4.0 is including a lot of things. Smart factory, what means smart factories? From one side, smart factory means that you have a factory where you have a different kind of production lines, which production lines you can control remotely, and these different kind of components you can remotely define what they need to do and how to adapt in the current production. It depends on the production. What this means? This means that all these kind of components or different kind of production lines in one factory, you need to have a very good connectivity. Connectivity is one of the main things about the Industry 4.0. Now we are speaking about 5G or we are speaking about Wi-Fi 6. There are constant process in each of them. Already we have examples in German OEMs, some of the biggest German OEMs, they are doing exactly with 5G and they're implementing 5G for such kind of smart factory. And connectivity is one of the biggest trends and how to say boom, I can say for the really for the technology. The other thing, what I think is about the digitalization. Digitalization is exactly predictive maintenance. It is about optimizations of your lines, about your products which are included in the production line. Which means that you have a lot of possibilities how to optimize the production lines, how to optimize your components and really to get the benefit from green energy, as you mentioned, for example, from the energy consumption or from the from other things. And there is a lot of things where you have a possibilities to optimize, and this is exactly with this kind of digitalization, AI included inside that. And the third one, as I already mentioned, is about the remote control. Really, the idea is that maybe your factory is 5,000 kilometers far from you, but because you are the expert and you need to do something quickly, because otherwise the production line will stop. For this reason, you are calling me and I need to remotely to do some parameterization, I need to do some changes. And this is what will be the future, that different kind of experts in different locations, they can do the optimizations of the lines and really to control them. This is the smart factory which will, I can say, for the next 10 years will really grow a lot from the complexity, because it is really a lot of complexity from the technology point of view, and will be the biggest challenge for everybody, as us, that we are doing the development for that.
I think it's about blending the boundaries. It's basically with the 4.0, we are blending the boundaries between human decision making and automation decision making. We are blending the boundaries about physical locations between people and robots. And we also redefine the boundaries, because digital twins allow us to do things that were not possible before. For example, in a year, we are now able to crunch as many experiments that would take 400 years to produce. And we can feed real data from our production systems and into digital twins and see how they are integrating, and have this on a different scale. We can simulate a single arm, for example, how it moves, how it operates, and find the best change, physical change or software change for that arm. But we can also use this on a larger scale, like a swarm of robots or automated systems that work together, and see the major benefits, the overall impact of a whole factory or a whole automated warehouse. And this, I think, this type of usage of the technology redefines what's possible and what kind of brave experiments we can do, and see how these experiments would result in our work before actually taking the risk and the cost to do the change.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Nadia, do you have something to...
Yeah, sure. I also agree with you that climate change is a big topic nowadays, and actually that's for a lot of countries. For example, in the Netherlands, energy transition now is a huge topic, and since the Dutch government is very open and is always interested in what people think, and is also transparent about their decisions, etc. I think that's a great thing. We are actually 25 municipalities in the Netherlands are using our technology to analyze different sources of data on this topic, and we actually produce a dashboard that provides information about what people think about this topic and about the KPIs regarding this topic. We analyze different social media streams where people express their opinions. Also, in addition to that, we also analyze their internal municipality meetings, audio and video files, so that we can analyze what is being discussed and talked, what party, what politician says and expresses certain opinions, so that people are familiar and aware of what is happening. So that's interesting. An interesting example. In terms of the other part of the question regarding what we do for industrial automation and factories and things like that, so some of the main things that we do in that regard are actually to use our natural language understanding to put a voice to robots, so that you can actually give commands and generally talk to the robot. Rather than just operating in the traditional way with menus and things like this. And we also do prediction analysis with AI based on historical data as well.
Yeah. Maybe I will also answer with one example. For a few months we start a new chip factory in Dresden, and it was built totally with Industry 4.0. During the construction, we create a 3D model of everything. As Georgi said, it's 1 million of pieces. But this 3D model of every stuff allows us after that to do a very good simulation, what exactly needs to be repairing, construction, rearranging of the stuff, and so on. The next point regarding the predictive maintenance. All of you know that chips produce a lot of waste. I mean, when you print the chips, almost 99% is out. And predictive maintenance is really important just to analyze the stuff, because at the end you can lose not 99 but 100% of the production. And it's in the years prior, what you usually do, you do a schedule and replace the part of the machine, no matter do it is okay or not. And sometimes, especially for the chips production, it's very expensive. Some production line costs 100 millions. So adding additional data of almost everywhere allows us to test the process prior even the production line is set up. The other point related to the COVID, we developed smart glasses, maybe one of the best of the market, who knows. But traveling from Asia was almost impossible, and even now is almost impossible. So lots of the colleagues from Asia and a remote location just monitoring the installing of the equipment using the smart glasses, and this was a very good experience in terms of Industry 4.0.
And augmented reality. This is
absolutely
exactly the future. Absolutely.
Maybe the next question will be directly related to Dokато. You mentioned some times online groceries. What are the challenges in that direction?
I can start first from the demand, from what drives our business, and this is enabling big retailers to serve the needs of the end clients. And what really makes this business hard is that groceries are very diverse, and when you have 50,000 plus different products with different temperature of preservation, with different expiration dates, and when you have the high expectations of having the exact products delivered to your door in the hour that was requested, this requires a lot of processing down the line, And we like to crunch this processing in a single facility with all the automation systems where this is done in a predictable way. So one of the major things that we are currently trying to tackle is to find a way to manage the diversity of these products with their physical characteristics. It's like especially the size, the form of the products, the fragility of these products, to be able to process them with robots that don't have knowledge about these products before this processing starts. And this is a huge challenge because it's not only about grasping a product or calculating the trajectory of where to place it, but it's also about how to place it efficiently and pack it in a limited space. And these type of challenges will continue to be on the table in the next years. But I'm very happy to say that now more than 10% of the overall volume is processed by robots, and they're pickable products for us, and we think we can expand this to further. I can also mention additionally about the routing of the goods for the last mile, because this is maybe the single biggest cost for any big retailer, to deliver the goods to the door and to do it in an environmental friendly way with the speed that's needed and without causing congestions, and of course without big waste. And automation would allow us to reduce the waste under 1%, so it's under 0.5% right now for Dokато, compared to more than 2-3% in the general industry, which is several times smaller waste due to using this type of technologies.
Thanks. Maybe we'll continue with the next question. Nadia, are you available now?
Yes, sure.
You talk a lot regarding the technology, but I think that most of the people doesn't really know what exactly is the conversational interfaces and natural language understanding. Can you share your direct experience and recommendation? At which point you recommend using of the chatbots and such kind of technology?
Yes, absolutely. There are different applications for the chatbots. Also, it could be integrated with different interfaces, including our own that is quite flexible. We actually have innovation in the interface field as well. Yes, maybe I can share some examples with projects, because they're applicable in different industries. For example, maybe it would be interesting that one of the recent unicorns in Europe actually was our client some time ago when they started and when they were building MVP, etc. They were using our technology. They're called Go Student, and it's an educational chatbot, and they have other services as well. So maybe that would be interesting, because now they're worth 2 billion. There are other applications. I mean, there are other industries that can benefit from chatbots as well. For example, we have, since our natural language understanding technology supports more than 100 languages, which is really good. As I mentioned, the Go Student, for example, was in German. We have other applications and examples. For example, in other languages like Danish, which is interesting as well. We have a e-commerce recommendation system for wine recommendation, which is interesting as well. As I mentioned, we also work with the Dutch government in the Dutch language. For example, we have projects including with some governmental agencies, including on this big topic about the Schiphol airport, which you probably have heard about. There were certain concerns. You know, some people think that it's great for the economics. Other people think that it's quite noisy and can bother the people that live nearby. So we have analyzed surveys based on that were provided by the government. So we analyzed those surveys, and based on that we have provide results to the government so that they can take decision based on what people really think about, what they have concerns about. all this in the Dutch language. So we also work with different languages as well, and the applications could be in any industry. As I mentioned, we also have healthcare industry applications, also banking, especially the banking industry can benefit a lot from chatbots since, especially now during the pandemic, since a lot of the communication, even more of the communication is going online, and people have a lot of questions. They need to be, served digitally. So the chatbot can do that, and a lot of the process can be automated. And of course, the chatbot can transfer to a human in case that it is not trained on a certain topic or a certain question. Also, e-commerce, especially for recommendations and many other applications as well.
Thanks, Nadia. Do you have experience when the chatbots are not recognized as chatbots? I mean, the customer just asks. This is interesting.
Could you tell me the question?
I mean, in many cases, when the people ask the question, expect on the other side to be the human. Is it possible, how to say, chatbots to replace the human?
I see what you mean. Okay, I do know what you mean. So yes, to a bigger extent, and for a lot of the questions, yes, actually. A big percentage of automation can happen, and only for a small part of the questions to be transferred to a human. So it depends on how extensive and the training the client wants to do. But we always recommend our clients that they are honest with their users and they tell them that it's a chatbot, that they're talking to a chatbot. So we always recommend that.
Yeah, I think even GDPR requires that. To explicitly mention that you use such kind of technology.
I have a very good example. I mean, 1 week ago, I think was with a bank, if I remember correctly. I am asking some questions and I didn't realize that I'm speaking with a chatbot, to be honest. And in one moment I realized that I'm speaking with a chatbot because the chatbot told me I cannot answer now, I'm reconnecting you to the operator. Okay. I mean, then now I realize that it is a chatbot. it is interesting this, yeah.
Georgi may be connected to this question, but what do you think regarding factory without human? Do you think that automation reduces the usage of the human power?
This is one of my favorite questions, to be honest, in the last years, and it will continue because the people generally are afraid that robotics and automation are getting their job. Okay, the point is like this. In the last years, especially in the last years, we can see that we need more production power. This is something what is missing. You can see today, everybody have a big issue about the chips, components. Electronic components are missing on the market. Not only electronic components, and a lot of materials are missing because there is a lot of need. Everybody want it and everybody need it, and because we have a big jump of the selling of the products which are based on the electronic components or what else. And here we can see that we have really issue about a production power. And the production power means two things. One of them is about that we need to have more production factories. And from the other side, we need to have more fast production during the production line. And here where we need more automation and robotics. I see in the future that we will have more and more production lines which are more automation. And more and more independent, I can say, from the human, which will help from the other end, which is about the COVID, because the COVID situation created exactly one of the issues. The one production line or one factory can stop because there is the quarantine of the people and you cannot produce in this moment. And for this reason, we will continue to have more and more automation. This is a trend and this will happen. But from the other side, what I see is this doesn't mean that we will need less people. It is opposite, because the idea is that the people need they need to be trained and mentored to go to the next level, which is how to parameterize, how to maintain this kind of automation production lines. This is the idea. This means that we are not getting the job from the people. It is opposite, that we will start to everybody will start to train the people to really to see how to control this kind of automation lines. And the last point is about the resources from the people. We don't have enough resources, not only in Bulgaria, not in Europe, it is everywhere, worldwide. I mean, the production lines is starting to be so big, so much production power we need it, and there is not so many people who can do this job. And from the other side, some of the job is too boring, because some of them is, for example, moving one component from left to right all the time, all day, 24 hours. It is crazy. And this is the reason why automation will continue to grow like a hell, I think, in the next years. And everybody will start to train and to train the people to go to the next level, which will be about parameterizations or maintaining the production lines. This is what I see.
Yeah, thanks. Tihomir, do you have something to add?
I pretty much agree with that, and there is this story about the ice industry, the way it was working 100 and something years ago, and it was completely disrupted by the technology, by inventing of refrigerators. And what we can see that all the energy that was put there, and the different roles that people took in the ice industry, they've kind of transferred in a different field. And it opened a completely new layer of opportunities, where we now have factories that are producing refrigerators, technicians that are dealing with these refrigerators, and it's basically another option to extend the opportunities using the technology. And I have this, I can make this parallel also with electricity, and the way we've created electricity as a general purpose technology, and this cascaded to creating multiple, it's a vast majority of areas where humans now can use this technology for beneficial purposes, to reach the point where we can use electricity to power spaceships, and to reach boundaries that were completely not possible to reach or even dream of before. So I think this is a major opportunity, and it's more of kind of having the more options on the table, how people can use the technology in a beneficial way.
Yeah, Nadia?
Yes, I also agree.
Thanks. I want to mention two directions that Georgi slightly discussed in the beginning. One direction is that automation helps to the people, especially in the production line. It is very important to have a possibility to switch from one detail to the other, and so on. For example, in our case, Bosch is in two directions. In one direction, he have lots of production lines everywhere. In the second, we produce the production lines. So usually the first user are our industrial stuff. So one of the first examples with our industry 4.0 was the working places. Just having additional monitors and showing to the people what will be the next detail, what are the particular steps that he needs to do in the production line. The second step was the quality. Currently the cameras are, how to say, very powerful. They have a microprocessor, they can analyze images and so on. So you cannot just explain the people what are the steps that he needs to do, but also we can control. And this adds additional quality view to this production line. And this exactly is the help of the people, and really switching from one detail to the other. Another possibility is just lots of the repeating stuff can be done by robots. I fully agree. There is no reason just grabbing one detail from one line, putting to the other to be included the people. Few years ago, our robot from Atmo Robotics was maybe the first that can work directly with humans. Interesting is that we cover the manipulator with the stuff that is very similar to the human skins. So they detect that they worked with human, no any possibility to the human safety and so on. So currently we really mixing the humans and robotics in the production lines. And one step, this is the second step that Georgi mentioned, is the people is always in control. I mean, fully automated production line probably theoretically is possible, but practically there is always something that you cannot predict. You try, you add lots of data, collect it, and so on. It's very easily, after some bad stuff happen, to analyze why it's happened. But it's extremely difficult to do the predictive stuff and to go in that direction.
Maybe the other thing is, for example, to be more flexible and adaptive. And the point is that, yeah, artificial intelligence is growing very fast, and components and so on. But always you need to do some modifications for the next generation of the product. For example, you know, the mobile phones. iPhone, okay, this is not advertisement, but for example, you have one this last year and this year it is different, and the production is different, and you need for very short time to do the adaptation. And here you need the people, exactly the people to adapt the production line to work with a new model of the mobile phone or what else. And always you have this kind of.
I think actually what you're just saying, Georgi, is absolutely key in terms of how we can innovate in many areas and at the same time kind of manage to integrate all this evolution, because basically it's I think it's an absolute challenge to drive disruptive changes in the hardware, for example, in the drives, in the belts, in the joints of a machine, in the software on the other side, in the control mechanisms, how it works, in the sensing materials to try to achieve dexterosity that's similar to humans, anthropomorphic arms that can do soft manipulations, and all this to crunch it and to be able to kind of produce a single automated systems out of it, and it's an absolute challenge. So integration is really, really key.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe I just want to add one talk in the latest month. The current car are driven by gasoline. The next year's car will be driven by software.
I think it is already now.
It really happens, especially even on the hardware side. Few years ago in 2016, I think every car contained 7-8 board sensors. Currently it is 17, and the number of sensors increases. Also the complexity of the sensor increases. Some of the sensors have neural network inside, and lots of the decisions are based just on education. I mean, in some cases it is extremely difficult to develop the algorithms. So you grab lots of data, and after that you try to do something with the data. So I want to mention the next question. It's more like a theme regarding the ethical issues regarding the artificial intelligence. In our case, usually we differentiate the ethical issues in 3 directions. The first one is if nothing is connected to the human safety. So you can have classification, you can have just this is dog or cat or stuff like that. The second is there is a possibility to interact with the human safety, but in general, at any point of time, the people can take a control. This is the typical driver's assistance system when you park and stuff like that. At any point of time, the human can just grab and continue the stuff. But there is also, even now, the third one, that artificial intelligence take directly decision regarding the human safety. This is automatic braking system, for example. If there is an accident, lots of the high-end car currently have a system that automatically will stop. And this is just based on parameters, nothing more. It doesn't require any kind of human interaction. From our point of view, the human must be in control. I mean, the human must decide what exactly needs to be done regarding the ethical stuff. Can you share your experience regarding the ethical issues when you use the artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so it's there is a paradox, a known paradox that's called Michael Polanyi's paradox about tacit knowledge, about knowledge that we can preserve, but we cannot transfer it by sharing it with words. And I think we as people, we kind of took for granted the ability to, for example, recognize in a fraction of a second the faces of our relatives. and it would be very hard for us to kind of rationalize about how we are really doing this, or rationalize about how we are riding a bike, for example.
Yep.
This type of knowledge, machines can also adopt, and they can accumulate, and this type of knowledge can prove to be very beneficial, as it's beneficial in our everyday life. And I think this is what should really be driving the technology, how beneficial it is for human society. And there are certain ways to measure this type. If we, for example, look at the AI systems that are detecting cancer, and proven to be very, very accurate to the point where they are better than the top experts in the medicine. I think this type of applications can really transform society, and kind of, especially earlier today there was discussion about the problems that different municipalities would see in terms of traffic and other systems that help us. I think that if we have the right motives to utilize the technology, it can be beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I mean, what you mentioned, Pavlin, about the three directions of artificial intelligence and how, I think this is very correct, and it is perfect example, and this is where we are today, and this is what will be maybe in the next 10 years. And this is how today the artificial intelligence is working. I mean, most of the data and algorithms is exactly like more statistic and more about to have a decision from the person, from the people, and this is what is today. The interesting point, which will be maybe we will need more hours to speak about, and maybe some beers about that, but it is about after these 10 years what is coming, because artificial intelligence, in the moment when artificial intelligence will start to take the decision. This is the point which I think we are close from one side, from the other side we are far from there. And it is always strange where we are, to be honest. And this is something what I see to come in the next 10 years, how this will happen. And here we will have the biggest problem about the ethical point of view, and how this will work, and maybe to have the rules of the iRobot, for example, from Isaac Asimov, and this is something what I don't know how it will go. I think in the few weeks ago, or maybe 1 or 2 months ago, there was a very interesting interview with Elon Musk, and he mentioned exactly about the artificial intelligence, and that's, let's see what will happen after 10 years, because it is something which will be challenged. And here, I think today, it is exactly what you mentioned, Pauline, about the three directions. After 10 years, let's see, well, let's continue discussing this.
We can meet after 10 years.
Absolutely.
Yes, I also agree about the ethics. And regarding the other topic, I also agree that in terms of end-to-end automation, full end-to-end automation, we are still further away from that. And in practice, there are always humans in the loop. I believe that this will continue to be so for the next years at least. And that's why we believe that things can become easier with adding natural language understanding, so that you can communicate with natural language to the robots, to the machines. This makes things easier and faster. And as you mentioned, people are difficult to find, to be trained, etc. So this requires less training if you are able to communicate in this way as well.
Thanks, Nadia. Maybe I just want to add one additional stuff. In our case, we not only trying to do the training, but also to apply the physical model. This is a very good way to reduce the number of samples that you know to do the training. So every people have a prior knowledge, and this knowledge somehow can be combined. This is the good point from not only going from the statistics, because I fully agree with Georgi. The mathematics that is beyond the artificial intelligence is more than 100 years old. We just don't have a computing power 100 years ago in order to do that. But we have a human experience. We have lots of physical law that are just based on experience. And this mixture allows us how to say, not just to learn, but also to help the algorithms.
And we mentioned the digital twins, and we can go even one step further there. So we have artificial systems that are learning by example, that would need to see different labeled examples and enough of these labels and enough data so they can kind of approximate the decision-making process to some extent. And then we now have systems that are learning with behavior. This is so-called like unsupervised learning, where with the digital twins combined, we can have agents that are improving on decision making, of course, with control from humans, but iterating very, very fast in a simulated environment, and try different strategies. And we are actually endorsing some of these strategies in the robots that we're building in Dokато, and it works very well in terms of crunching the time and being able to provide value to the market. And usually the research cycles, it would take like 5 to 10 years to finish a research, to productionize it. We want to crunch this, and in Dokато it's basically a blend of research, production, and stability, and then evolution on a multiple vectors. Mm-hmm. And this is only possible if you have this type of technology in the core.
Absolutely. Thanks. Maybe just to mention one research made by Pricewaterhouse regarding the increasing of the GDP of the different areas. In China, it is expected 25% or more from the GDP increase to be based on artificial intelligence technologies. In the United States, it's I think 6%. In Europe, it's just 10%. What do you think regarding Europe and Bulgaria? Why is, how to say, we are not in the first place?
This is a good point. I mean, generally, I believe that this will happen. Maybe the numbers is less. Maybe I think maybe it will be more because I think this numbers is for 2030. Yeah. Indirectly and directly, these numbers will increase because, as I mentioned, artificial intelligence can solve a lot of problems about the optimizations, about energy, about a lot of things. And this, in the next 10-15 years, will really grow like hell, I think. Where is Bulgaria? I mean, Bulgaria, from one side, we are fast, from one side, we are slow, I can say. What I can see is that there is a lot of factories which are really investing a lot to do more and more automation and more artificial intelligence algorithms to optimize their job and their work. And a lot of companies who is doing production lines here in Bulgaria, there are big companies, they're investing exactly in this. From the other side, we are slow because there is a lot of factories and production lines which are very small companies. And generally for automation and such kind of investment, you need a lot of investment. Because really to create automation lines, to integrate artificial intelligence algorithms and so on, you need a lot of investment money. And normally this is, you need it and you get the benefit when you have a big volume. And here is, I'm saying slow because there is a lot of small companies which are struggling about that, how to do this kind of growth. I think in the future Bulgaria will increase more and more because the production will grow for sure, and for the needs not only internal but outside what we are outsourcing. I think this will change more and more. I can see in the last years it changed, but I'm sure that it will continue really growing more faster in the future.
Thanks. It's time to finish. Maybe closing words from everyone, and probably one question related to that. Do you have some vision regarding future of AI automation? You can include it in your closing stuff. So maybe first to Nadia, is our lady.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that there is a huge future, and especially now with the pandemic, I think this digitalization and AI adoption is being accelerated. So yes, I believe that even the number that you mentioned for the statistics, I think it can even become higher eventually. So yes, I believe there is huge potential.
Thanks, Nadia.
Okay, as I mentioned, digitalization for sure, this will grow like a hell. I'm sure that it and COVID exactly really jumped this more and pushed this more to happen. AI, I already mentioned that really now I can see what is it. I think this is exactly what this kind of iterations and what we have it until the next 5-10 years. After 5-10 years, I want to speak again to see where we are exactly and how quick this will grow really for that.
I think we are on the road of bringing AI to the level of general purpose technology. and use this for beneficial purposes in a lot of areas. And this would allow us to create robots or solutions that can generalize and can solve many different use cases that were not solved before. And one of the main things there would be also to create the talent and to foster this talent that can operate with this type of technologies. And this talent can bring the investments, and this can transform the economy, so we can reach even higher than the predicted 10%. It would all start with the knowledge and the curiosity of everyone to invest in this technology.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Maybe one additional sentences from me. Currently, we are moving people to go to the creative work. I mean, I think this is the stuff that we are already facing hundreds of years, but artificial intelligence and digitalization even faster. I have one very good example. Currently in the United States, it's very difficult to find new drivers that are young because of the autonomous driving and the hype. This is the profession that will go out. So the stuff is already done in human minds. It's up to us to become a reality. Thank you very much. This is the end of our session, and 14:55 we will continue with the next session in Вече in robotics.
Since the dawn of time, our drive for a better life now draws the map of our future. And Sofia Tech Park is the home of innovation. Business, science, and education feel at home. The laboratory complex of the park is the cutting edge of progress. Total of 11 high-tech laboratory units led by luminaries of Bulgarian science. Innovation is the focus of all the startup companies in the business incubator. Sofia Tech Park is home to dozens of young Bulgarian enterprises with a high-tech profile. Sofia Tech Park is the home of innovation.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си, тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си, тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време, съкратите наполовина времето за корективни действия, повишите капацитета на служителите си и избегнете операторски грешки, ускорите производството и намалите престоя на машините си. Позволете на бизнеса си да се развива. Имате възможност в срок до 15 юни да подадете своята заявка за участие и да бъдете сред отличените предприятия, които ще направят скок в дигитализацията на бизнеса си. Запознайте се с условията за участие в конкурса на линка долу.
В новия брой на списание Менеджер усещането за стартъп ни движи силно напред. Димитър Димитров, изпълнителен директор на водеща технологична компания. Не пропускайте! Какво ни струва забавянето на плана за възстановяване? Международните очаквания към новото българско правителство. Днешният човек се нуждае най-много от дискретност. Интервю с джаз певицата Мирослава Кацарова. Търсете Менеджер в разпространителската мрежа в цялата страна и на zinzin.bg.
Вие сте предприятие, което развива операциите си на територията на България и искате да дигитализирате процесите си. Тогава тази инициатива е за вас. Участвайте в конкурса на Schneider Electric Стартирай 4.0. Това е инициатива за дигитална трансформация в българската индустрия и чрез нея можете да спечелите имплементация на архитектура с 3 водещи софтуерни решения в Schneider Electric. Чрез имплементирането на трите решения ще можете да проследите и управлявате производствените данни в реално време.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello in the last panel of Robotics Strategy Forum 2021. In this panel, we'll discuss with the panelists around me the innovations in robotics in Bulgaria in the last year and a half. I'm glad that today I have with me Kalian Georgiev from Schneider Electric, Svetoslav Vasilev from Civico, and Ivan Volkov from Rapid Progress. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Ivan.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, this is Yuan, right?
Yes.
Hey, Yuan, how are you?
Good.
Good, great. Okay, so guys, the idea of this panel is to discuss what happened in the Bulgarian industry when it comes to automation in robotics. So if I can start with to tell me more about one of the last projects that you completed in the last year and a half. What challenges you faced and how you solved them? Maybe.
Okay, yes, I can start. My name is Svetoslav Vasilev from Civico. We are a system integrator for NUC, an engineering company in general. We had several interesting projects last year. One of the projects that we did was for a robot that was doing 6 different operations with just one single gripper. So in this case it was possible because the production rate was slow. It's producing bags filled with paint for the roads, and what we created was actually a very complex gripper that can handle the bags, open them, it controls the dosing, then it seals and then palletizes. And the innovation here is that we don't use any other manipulators than the robot. We don't use any other transport systems, which saves investment, saves space, and it's as efficient as ever. So it's the customer was very happy because it didn't take too much of his floor space, and he was able to solve one of his main issues, that was that he couldn't find people for this job position because it was very dull and very heavy. So it was a perfect solution for a small company, but they're using a robot and they can use it for years.
Okay. Ivan, can you share more?
Yes, I can share our experience. Maybe the very last project we did was lately we have been making packages of ordinary 6-axis robot with a software and making a package for a milling robot. And not only a milling robot, we can utilize the robot also for additive manufacturing by putting juice for 3D printing, by we can use at the end effector, we can use a laser. So what we did was a very competitive and easy to program package of a robot with out of the machine programming together with the CAM software, SprutCam. The innovation here is not kind of innovation, but let's say the new thing is the price of this package, which is very competitive and it fits perfectly our market. I don't want to say prices here, but we are saying that we can get it 3 times cheaper than the regular milling robot, let's say.
Okay.
So bringing such a price on the Bulgarian market makes easier access to the companies that want to use this technology in their facilities, let's say.
Okay, gentlemen, what challenges the Bulgarian companies have faced during COVID from your experience? What you saw as a
Well, may I start?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
So the first challenge was the lockdown that happened in 2020 in March. So all the companies, it was a big shock for them because everything just stopped and they didn't know what was happening. Their sales were dropping, and later on it was difficult with opening up. And more in the long term, the main difficulty is actually that we don't have enough workforce. So the demographic tendencies in Bulgaria are such that in the next 10 years, 500,000 people more will retire than the new people that will come into the market. So this is creating a big shortage of people for all kinds of processes, skillful and not so skillful. And if companies want to be competitive, if they want to grow, they have to automate. So this is what I see as a big challenge.
Meanwhile, if you would like to ask some question our panelists here, drop it as a comment on YouTube or on our Facebook page, and the team will share it with me so I can ask the panelists here. Okay.
I might add something what he said. So this is completely my opinion also about the lockdown. As a company that is supporting the digitization, we actually saw more or less the same issue with the people and the workforce. And but what we did is we started helping the companies to digitize the process because actually people are missing or sick or home office or something else. And in the end, the process should continue to work. Not everybody has robots, unfortunately. Maybe that's why we are here, to tell them that we have robots. But in the end, we have to educate the people. So this was an opportunity for us to start educating people inside the companies, inside the factories, and also digitizing the process of operating the machines and the process itself. So this is helping when we don't have a lot of people working. With one digital process, we can use anybody available and to teach them how to use the digital tools so they can work more effectively and repair the machine or remove some obstacles and something. So
I can add something here, I apologize.
Of course.
Actually, the COVID situation, by my means and from my point of view, has helped a lot our business, because there has always been shortage of people. Always, before and after the crisis, there will be shortage of people. There has been a lot of situations where robots can substitute the people or the person there. But during this COVID crisis, during this COVID situation, the companies and the people realized that now is the time to use these technologies. And to be honest with you, compared to years before the crisis, now we have tenfold the questions about automation, the questions about substituting people with robots. So even when we are not talking only about robots, about software, about Internet of Things, about Industry 4.0, the people had time sitting at home office to make a little bit of research, to see the state of the art, and to realize that these technologies can find a good turf in our territory, in Bulgaria. I mean, we are nothing different than the other markets, so maybe we were a little bit late, but this crisis helped a lot. A lot of companies has invested into such, let's say, into the software, into automation, and I guess this happens with you as well. More and more appreciation of that type of the industry.
Yeah, and actually we don't replace the people with the machines, actually we repurpose the people and we educate the people so they can operate the machines and digitize the process.
Exactly.
So this is actually improving the overall level of education and digitization also in the people, which is helping in the daily life in the people.
Exactly, and by doing this, we let's say we raise the added value and lower down the production cost. So we are competitive.
What is the typical process of educating people, for example, in Schneider?
In Schneider, we have like a two-way process. From one side, we are a customer of Schneider in our factories, because we have workload, work people, workforce. In the other side, we are a producer of software and hardware, know-how and so on. So the process is, first we have the solutions, we have like the overall equipment and software and hardware support, experience, clouds and solutions and everything. So we combine this with the experience we have since many years on the market and many end customers who are using our products. So we take the best practices from our customers and our factories. We make like best practice list. and then we split it to the whole world in all our factories and all our sales offices. So this is how we develop like the best possible way, not to do the same thing in each office, in each factory.
So it's a process of
sharing the knowledge, sharing the knowledge, sharing the experience, and actually saving time. And then what we used to do in our factories, we share also with our customers. So we make a circle and we continue developing. So this is how we do it.
Do you think that the Bulgarian industry learned how to share knowledge on a level when it comes to automation and robotics?
It's not only automation and robotics. I have seen many forums in which people gather and share information about lean management. And this is also very related, because if you want to be lean, then you have to start thinking about the whole process. Automation, processes, which is waste. So what I have seen in the last year is that people are really willing to share, much more than before. Like before, you were really scared that somebody will steal your idea, he will copy you, and he will steal your customers. But now I think that that's not the mentality anymore, because the market is so huge, you have so much opportunity.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, also as well, it's a good marketing. Exactly. So if you want people to know you, you have to show yourself.
Exactly.
Agree. Okay, when we talk about knowledge sharing, when it comes to automation and not only, what's the overall expectation for rapid automation of the Bulgarian industry?
I think it's there. Many business owners and managers realize that they cannot go the same way. They see the people they have. Many of them are on the ages that they will retire soon. Somebody has to replace them. Even if this is not a consideration, then you want to grow your business. This is a natural drive. So you want to do more with the same people, as you said. You want to have one guy managing several machines, let's say, not just standing there the whole day and putting material in the machine, right? You can put robots there, and then this guy can do a more interesting job, like optimizing the whole process, thinking that this is what people are good for.
Okay, now in order to zoom out from Bulgaria and see the trends on a global level, which are the trends when you talk about robotics, automation, manufacturing that should come, that we should adapt in our economy, in our industry?
Well, I think we are adapting everything which is on the market bit by bit. Different companies have different needs. So let's say if we are in the hospitality business, we will get Sofia to tender at the reception. If you're automation, you will get a good automatic robot or a cobot. So we can see worldwide that the use of the robots and the way you feel the robots closer and closer to the people in our everyday life is getting more and more there. It's on the field. So we are not separated by the global market or by the global trends. Maybe we are a little bit late, but everything which emerges on the market, it comes to Bulgaria in 1 or 2 years, I can say. Also, I don't want to say that we copycat everything from there. There are a lot of companies in Bulgaria that do innovations, do projects, research in the robot field, etc. So we are not behind. We're even ahead of other countries and nations, let's say.
May you share some information about specific projects? Maybe not with too much details, but with all.
Well, if we are saying about our projects out of Bulgaria, yes, we have a project. The last projects we did was a shipbuilding, let's say, a robot that cuts hulls for ships, for boats, and it was done in Reykjavik, in Iceland. We also have other projects, of course. We have an NDA signed there, we cannot share a lot of information, but many companies are doing projects on a global scale. So once again, to have the automation and the robotization, we also need factories like this. We don't have an automotive factory where we can put 90% robotization like BMW, like Audi, like Mercedes. If we have these types of productions here and facilities and factories, we will have that type of automation as well. So things are coming, and the older companies which are, let's say, left from the other order that we had 30 years ago are looking at the newcomers, which the newcomers are, let's say, company from Germany, from France, where they already come with their organization, and they're kind of surprised. Hey, there is 2 girls running the whole factory on a tablet. Yes, this is the way, but this way takes a lot of software, a lot of organization, ERP systems, MDC systems, manufacturing data collection, everything comes into place. So one thing is we want, another thing is we will do it. We want to do it.
I can add something. I agree with you. And as a producer, Schneider Electric also has in the whole world we have production, we have customers, and so we also cannot afford to just to start one product in Germany and not commercialize in Bulgaria. So this is not like he mentioned 30 years ago with the bananas. Today have bananas, we didn't. So this is not everything is global. So as a producer, when we launch a new software product or cloud or whatever service, it's globally launched. So it's a matter of if we have the right type of customers, and as we spoke, the attitude is coming. So we have the customers are asking and actively seeking for digitization solutions. There, not all of them know what's available on the market. So that's why we can help them and consult. Yeah, and but we have access to everything in the world. So it's a matter of few years maybe, depending on the COVID. The COVID is accelerating things.
It is accelerating.
But yeah, and also when we speak about Industry 4.0 and everything IoT and communicating, so this is also the case here. So I completely agree with Ivan and with all the people that actually we have a lot of we add value. Usually we don't have a lot of factories, but we add value to existing solutions, and many Bulgarian companies actually this is how they're seen on the global market. Actually, we assemble some non-typical solution. We put a lot of know-how inside, and we make completely new product. And this is how we achieve success outside Bulgaria. So I think this is our strong something that we should build on.
Yeah. And we give solutions. Yeah. Maybe we don't have the big.
We are lazy. We have big minds, and we do.
From some point, this is good. Yeah. Because it's an added value into the solutions, into the engineering solution. It's not a chip making. We're not doing only the bulk of the work. We are doing projects with added value.
It's there's something else in Bulgaria. As you said, there is not so many factories producing on scale, like big factories. Here in Bulgaria, we produce small quantities of many various products. All of the stuff is done manually. And this is a challenge for automation because now the global trend is to implement smart automation that can work only not just in the big car manufacturers that have products that last for 5 years and they're always the same. You have to be able to change super fast, like in 5 minutes you have to change to the next product. And because Bulgaria is facing this, our industry is like that, we have to create the solutions, and those solutions then can be exported to other countries.
And actually they are, I apologize, maybe I interrupt a lot, but our experience in the factories is exactly this. I'm not going to say any names, but a big hydraulic making factory for cranes, etc. There used to be one innovation how to optimize the process here into one of their Bulgarian plants, and this experience was taken and it was spread in other factories all over the globe, in Brazil, in Mexico, in USA, Austria,
it's cheaper to innovate in Bulgaria because failure is cheaper, and you can iterate, because you always have to iterate if you want to make the innovation sustainable enough and attractive enough for other people to use. So Bulgaria is a really nice place to innovate.
And to invest.
And to invest as well.
Agree. But what's the how you can describe the main challenge that we can provide innovations for, like, for example, for Schneider, for Festo, and big names here from Bulgaria, from our R&D centers. But it's hard for Bulgarian projects to showcase their experience worldwide and become successful projects. What's what should happen in order to fix this and to somehow more and more Bulgarian projects in the field of automation and robotics to become successful on a worldwide?
It's not something that will be done easily. I think one of the things is image. Let's say if we now start a company in Switzerland, everybody expects that it's expensive, high quality, precision company. If you start in Bulgaria, you don't know nothing. You know just that if you go there, it's not very well organized. The roads are not very good. So what do you expect of those people? You have never heard anything that is made in Bulgaria.
So you have some stigma?
You have some stigma. You also lack some networking because Bulgaria is not the center of the world. A lot of the business is done in northern Central Europe. We don't have such kind of local global companies, for example, like Sweden has. Sweden is like not much bigger in terms of population than Bulgaria, but they have so many big international companies like Electrolux, Tetra Pak, SAP. Just they're working on a global scale.
I mean, there are also companies for 100 years.
Yeah.
I mean, private companies in Bulgaria are 30 years.
They need time to build their capital.
Should we
and
wait
capacity.
another 30 years in order to
we
become
shouldn't.
successful?
For me nowadays, if you have a good project and a good solution with the tools that you have by internet, by providing, you can get expressed in a really easy way. Now, for the solution to be elaborate and to be really working and to be presentive, of course you need investment. But nowadays, I believe if you're even single crazy inventor, you can find funding for your invention.
This is the effect of the internet.
Yes.
You post on YouTube and you become world famous.
I mean, nowadays these influencers, sometimes they have more power than New York Times. You know what I mean?
Yes, usually we also have this power that we mentioned about creating added value, and so this is what we could do. Of course, if tomorrow you start a company for producing Intel's processors, maybe you could not compete with China, but if you add some value on top, you step on the shoulders of big companies and you just add something. This is visible worldwide. And maybe a lot of big companies, actually worldwide companies, they like to work with big companies. So if you buy a service or a product, with the product it's even worse. When the big company is buying something, they expect to be able to buy it in every country in the world. So this is what small companies like our companies in the local companies in Bulgaria actually cannot compete, because maybe they have the better solution, the cheaper solution, everything is better, but they don't have office in Netherlands, for example. So this is stopping a lot of big companies working with small companies. But speaking about solutions, the IT and digital solutions are globally visible, and the support is global. So because you step on Microsoft, on Amazon and some other big names, so you just give experience and added value on top of already known brand.
So it's not because of that we have not so skillful engineers. We have the cases.
Sure. We have very skillful engineers. I mean, we have very good engineers.
We don't have oil. We don't have a lot of
exactly. We don't have any natural. So we need to invest into knowledge.
Need to invest in the knowledge.
I think also a good point is about Bulgarian engineers that they're quite open-minded. Like they're not like, let's say, German or Japanese that are very like
they're afraid to get out of the box, let's say,
and do something stupid even, but try something new. And we also have this kind of, a bit of a misery, a bit of restrictions from the environment, which is also making you think differently. You don't want to make super complex, super expensive solutions. You want to do something smarter, right?
Something which is working.
Like what you said.
Something quality. Actually, if I can share this with you, this morning one of the customers here, one of the visitors, he shared this story. I was told that 30-something years ago, the guy used to live in Canada. He was invited to a startup company, let's say, called Dell.
Okay.
So he said, we went 20-30 people there at this open house. They gave us pizza, Coca-Cola, and we were thinking, hey, why do you start assembling computers, computer techniques, when everybody's making it, the Chinese and the Taiwanese, they're making the chips, and they said, we will do a quality product. a quality product. And now Dell is number one. Just because, I mean, they can use the same assembly chips, the same techniques, but they gather the best from the market. And at the end, they have assembled a quality product.
Yeah, innovation is not always about technology, sometimes it's about processes.
Exactly.
And services, and the way you sell, the way you finance.
Actually, today I had a talk with one of the Bulgarian engineers working for a German company, and he shared with me that I told to my management that I can solve their challenge from a technical perspective, that I can automate the process, that I can install the robot, fix everything, and the German engineer said, no, that's not possible. 2 weeks later, I did it by myself. I showed it to him and I said, take it. Like, so our engineers looks like that they are highly skillful. They know what they're doing. And here comes my question. Actually, what should be the role of the Bulgarian state in robotics, and how should it incentivize the ecosystem?
Support by building these incubators, these high-tech centers, by providing the knowledge in the ground to have these engineers in a few years, as we talked, invest into education.
Maybe like with the electrical vehicles, when you buy an electrical vehicle, you don't pay for parking. When you buy a robot, you should not pay for something else. I think this is the way. So maybe some taxes or something else.
Well, we'll go again if we should tax the robots. We'll go into this.
My opinion is that the state could do a lot of stuff, but first it should focus on itself. Like, should break the corruption, should fix the infrastructure, should invest in education. This is what they really can do. I mean, the private sector cannot break the corruption, cannot build highways in most cases. And education, yeah, it can also work, but the public financing is the main driver. So this is what they can do. They cannot start buying robots and distributing them. This is a bit of nonsense, but if they focus on what the state should do, and this is like the whole situation.
Create the environment for a prosperous business.
Yeah, create a business state like Singapore or like Finland.
Yeah, or like the Republic of Macedonia. Now, if you go to the Republic of Macedonia, because a lot of Swiss companies, German companies are moving the whole production there, together with the managers, with the leading. So, but the state is giving them 5 years no taxes. State is giving them electricity as much as they need. State is giving them the superfiction, so they can build without owning the land. So the state is helping them, is giving them the environment for them to do the business. The state cannot do the business for them, but the state can lay down the base so they can grow from there up. Help.
Okay. Yeah. Well, several times you mentioned education. So do you see any innovation in educational robotics, and can you share some best practices? Maybe not only from Bulgaria, but worldwide.
Actually, many companies, we also have in Bulgaria few companies making especially robotics for education and educational engineering and stuff. But in the whole world, actually, we mentioned countries like Switzerland, Sweden, and so on. They're actually in the schools they teach robotics, like fun robotics. They teach physics and mathematics with robots, and mostly it's successful. So I think we start to copy this. We see more and more robotic clubs and some kind of robotic education also in Bulgaria.
Actually, we used to have this.
I was going to mention.
We've done this conversation with the Robco, old robots, which were made 25,000 robots back in the day, 1985.
Yeah, we still have
25,000 Robco that were spread in the schools.
Yeah. So we are going maybe back to the physical learning using the robots. And this is a thing, actually we will learn mechanics, physics, mathematics, a lot of things using one robot. So this is more and more I see it in the technical universities, more or less, also in middle schools, also here in the back we have seen several groups of young children, like students from high schools and even smaller. Just they came here to see the robots. So I think that it's a very good step. In almost every school we have robotics club or some kind of technical club. And we are also, as a company, we are investing. I know a lot of local companies, like most of the companies I know actually in Bulgaria, invest in automation, in education, in mentoring, and a lot of things. So I think we are doing well. Maybe not every parent considers that if the child is learning robotics, it will help him later in the life. So maybe we should convince the parents just to pay a little more for educating the child. But we have the children are curious, they want to know, and we have the people to show them.
We participated in one of your initiatives from Para, where we're presenting Bulgarian companies to high school students.
Yeah, innovation.
The feedback was very positive, right? They were very curious. Well, not all of them, but the 5, 10, 20% of them that were really into this. They said, we have never seen how a robot is integrated. I mean, I'm studying programming, but now I understand what the purpose of this is. I study mathematics, now I understand why you need it. So this is something, as you said, you need to have the playful experience.
You can never learn to swim if you don't dip yourself in the swimming pool. So you will never realize what a robot is, and you will never get attached, have a, let's say, some kind of relationship with the robot if you never see a robot.
Yeah, true.
What is the main project that you'd like to complete in the field of educational robotics in order more and more kids and high schoolers to be part of the ecosystem later on? What is the one, and of course, maybe what is the main drive?
I think I see this positive trend in the past years with the STEM science. They start coming into school. Scratch starts coming into school from 2nd, 3rd grade. Younger teachers are realizing this as well, so they're doing everything to show. We're not talking about only robots, we're talking in general about
STEM.
Yeah, STEM, technology, mathematics, engineering, science. So it's coming and it's here. It has been here. Once again, you're a little bit younger, but we used to have this. Bulgaria used to be robot manufacturer in the top 3 in the world in the 80s.
In the 80s, yeah.
So we used to do robots the same like Fennec back then. Spraying, painting, welding. You know, we used to do the tanks with 6 robots. The big T, whatever, 50, 60, I don't know them. But welding the tank, we had, Bulgaria invented this actually, to manufacture in this way the tanks with a robot welding. Because when you start welding from one side the tank, by the heat, it gets crooked on the other. So they did this invention in our defense factories where it was welded by robots. So in the early 80s, we used to be a robotized country. So something got on the road, something happened. So we lost this status, let's say.
So then how to get back?
The way we did it the first time. Get the know-how, get the state of the art, see the best practices and bring them, because back in the day there used to be these groups of engineers where every, let's say, new invention on the market or new automation or a new robot, it gets into a white room and in 6 months is back into production. I mean, laugh not laugh, the most industrial countries in the world, this was their way to become industrialized.
This is borrowing, it's not
Japan, after the Second World War, you know, to catch up in such a quick way was by using the practices of other companies. So there is nothing, I'm not saying legal, illegal, but we can see what's done there. We can see and we can copy what's done. I'm not saying about breaking some, you know, some intellectual property or something. No, we are using the best practices and bringing them here. How did the computers private in the 80s? Okay, they will say they were sold in the Warsaw block. Warsaw block. But they were the same as IBM. The same processor, same calculation power, and every kid used to have private 8D домашен home computer in their whole room, and we used to play with these computers on the TVs. So something happened, and we need to forget what happened, but get back on this track from the 80s.
What do you think? What's the one main project that you think it should be implemented in education? Maybe not only one, but the. Okay,
what I'm thinking really is like networking, like showing kids what could be done, because our main office is in Russe. We got a visit from the guy who is running the mathematical high school in Russe. It's one of the best in Bulgaria, and they have this experience. They get students and they go to different kind of manufacturing facilities, showing them what it's like to work in manufacturing. And the kids don't like it because usually they're dirty, they're noisy, it smells bad. But when he came to our facility, because we were building prototypes most of the time, building robots, he said they would love that because it's programming, it's clean, it's thinking, it's not like going there on the press punching all the time sheet of metals. Mm-hmm. So this is something that I would like to see more, like kids, students coming to real manufacturing companies where they can see not the dirty work but the intellectual work, so they can fire up and start developing in this field. We even got some students that found us and came to us without, well, it was not organized. Mm-hmm. So this is also very cool, I like it.
Okay, thank you. Koen?
What we do actually, and I think should be done more, is using being closer to the universities, because actually, as you mentioned, also the kids in the schools, it's very important to educate them and to show them what is available. But we mostly work with universities because actually at this point people decide what they want to be. They want to be Batman in the beginning, then maybe they continue in the university, but in the end we teach and to educate the people in the universities by showing them what's available, in the whole world. As I mentioned, we can share experience from the whole world and knowledge. And we work together with them because they have this, like they start to have the view of the world. They have this curiosity of the younger people, but they start to have also some ideas how to make the world better, maybe. And so we take these ideas and we actually help them develop the ideas. And in this final step, usually people have a lot of ideas in the university ages because they start to see more and more how the business is connecting with the education. We also have a lot of examples, but they don't have the physical environment, they don't have funding, they don't have time or something. So we try to provide these missing things to the people with open minds. So when you work in a corporation for 25 years, maybe you're missing something. And so we use this fresh know-how, and we just provide the tools like funding, equipment, time, and so on, so we can use these fresh ideas. So sometimes most of them are like not garbage, but maybe not optimal. But certainly mentioned that this is a matter of iteration. So we start optimizing, asking, working with them, giving inputs, feedback.
Failing is one of the most important parts of learning, right? You have to fail to learn. Otherwise, you only say I'm super good, super.
So we invest in this, and I think we should do more since in the schools.
Okay. When it comes to robotics, apart actually in robotics, do you see a progression in other sectors like autonomous driving, AI, AVGs, 5G, for example, where Bulgarian industry can deep dive in and showcase an innovation?
It's, from my own experience, is one step more complex, more difficult. Of course, it's developing because the processing power is doubling every 2 years. So if some applications were not possible back in the days, now they become possible. But the difficult part is how to apply this in real environment. Like what people speak about preventive maintenance, but it's very difficult really to realize it and to be really like helpful. A lot of companies investing in that, and there will be a breakthrough at some point.
Also, the power force that Bulgaria is very well known in the world by having a very good IT specialist, programists on a software level, but a lot of this programming is done for financial institutions, for bank institutions, not for manufacturing. So maybe by combining, we had such a project in the past with Chris, maybe in future more stress should be put on the industrial programming. And a lot of these companies, they want to deepen the industry, in the manufacturing and this and that, but it takes experience to go in there.
It's a bit different because
it's a bit different.
If you're building a site, it has bugs, you can fix them. Okay. But if you're operating like a big machine,
24/7,
you can break it and it costs like €1 million.
Exactly. So maybe also our job and the way we should do it is the people from the industry should educate the software guys. The IT guys, you know, because there are different kind of beer, let's say. So by combining these two worlds, we will have Industry 4.0 working. So as from what I can see with the colleagues in the manufacturing industry, in the automation, robotization, we are not hardcore software developers, okay? But by combining the power of the people that we have, the IT business, into the maybe industrial Internet of Things, and over there the two fields multidiscipline together into one, we'll have a working Industry 4.0 whatever you want.
Yeah, you can't have a working solution without, let's say, electrical engineers.
Exactly.
Right? It's something like not very new technology, but it's essential. You can't go without knowing the basics. Even if you're a good programmer, you also need electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, somebody who understands the process, depending what you're doing.
By the way, meanwhile, we have some comments and questions from our online viewers.
Okay, we're open.
Nikolai Bambulov, but manufacturing in Macedonia and Serbia is multiple times cheaper than countries.
No, it's not.
In EU?
No, it's not.
I don't think so.
No, it's not.
For example, if you produce metal parts, you're milling them. The price is not much different in Sweden and Bulgaria or Turkey.
Or in the Republic of Macedonia or in the Republic of Serbia. The machines, they invested in the machines is the same. The machines are the same.
Exactly.
If they're top machines, I don't want to make any advertisement, but we all know the top machines, they cost the same in Serbia,
metals
in Kosovo.
Are the same?
Yes, metals are the same.
Electricity is not, but it's a small part.
Electricity, but the electricity we are not a foundry where we need a lot of electricity. We are not melting metal. Okay. I mean, for a metalworking machine, you don't need such a high electricity. The difference is not much. It's again the optimization of the processes. Because one part you can manufacture in 5 hours, same part with a different technology you can manufacture in 1 hour.
Even better, you can change the design and not manufacture at all.
Exactly.
This is the
it's
magic.
Not big difference than the old Yugoslav republics with Bulgaria. Just the opposite. Serbia, I think, has been more industrialized than us and still is. I mean, Serbia used to have Zastava, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they used to have a lot of industry, but
a lot of industry which was bombed during the
well, some of them ended up in Slovenia, Croatia. My personal experience from visiting Macedonia and Serbia 3 years ago was that they were behind in Bulgaria, maybe because we were in the EU and there were a lot of big investments, let's say like Lipker, Schneider Electric. A lot of companies invest in automation through the European projects. This is something that they don't have.
The problem in Bulgaria, I just want to add something. The problem is here because we work a lot with the ex-Yugoslav countries. We work a lot with Southeastern Balkans, with Romania, Greece, etc. In these two countries, Serbia and Macedonia, they have a legacy. They have a legacy with the old meisters, with the old knowledge. You know, they still have welders there. You cannot find a welder to pass the knowledge to the younger ones. They died out or they became taxi drivers. In these two countries, the old engineer will pass the knowledge on to the new ones. Where we had one window of, I don't want to say such words, but maybe a vacuum of 10-15 years where everything was demolished, so we need to start back again. I bet you if I ask you find me a welder to weld one table, you cannot find.
Question from the online viewers. What is your observation regarding the 3D printing? I'm seeing more and more companies have 3D printers and it's becoming more something that is mandatory than plus.
For me, no. 3D printing is overrated. 3D printing...
In what case?
In a lot of cases. I mean, people think that now 3D printing, you can scan it and in 1 minute it's here. No. First of all, the scanning is not what they think, it's not one-to-one. 3D printing exists since 1984. 3D systems, they're the pioneers in 3D printing. They developed the stereolithography format where to represent the 3D object with a really small amount of information. 3D printing is for prototypes. And 3D printing is such a wide technology. When we are talking about 3D printing is part of the additive manufacturing. Okay, we can do additive with robot. Now, a lot of applications the robot finds into adding welded material. They can build up material. Later on we can go and subtract and finish, because during the adding process the surface is not the quality or the roughness we want. So later on will come subtractive technology. 3D printing, there is 20 different technologies for 3D printing, and you really need the application, because you have sintering, you have direct melting of metal, you have all the plastics, nylon, ABS, blah blah blah, all of them. So really 3D printing is overrated and it's not ready for the manufacturing for the series of productions. 3D printing is good if you have some machinery and you need 20 really complex plastic parts. Or 3D printing, it can be used into medical, where we can print custom joints, even skull plates we can do. Over there, yes, you don't need 3D printer. If you need 3D printing, go to a company that has invested 2-3 million into 3D printers with different technologies, they will print it for you.
Svetosov, what do you think?
I think it's a very cool technology and it has its application. It won't replace milling or welding or other kind of processes, but it's a nice addition because there you can do very complex shapes cheaper. If you want to do something very complex, it's very difficult to do with milling, right? But it's cheaper for complex shapes.
For shapes you cannot make in the usual subtractive.
Exactly, yeah. But for a normal thing that you can do with the press and molding machines,
exactly. Yeah.
They're not competitive, and they shouldn't be, because different technology, they have different application. What's really cool about it that you have 3D file generated in a program. You can easily see it in the physical world. You can touch it. It's not very complex to 3D print. It's not like milling. There is a lot of technology there. So,
Kawian?
Yeah, I can add what Ivan said also regarding it's really used the 3D printing in innovation and prototyping. So maybe the boom of 3D printers means that we have a lot of innovators and prototypers. So
which is great.
Yeah, maybe we invent a lot of things now.
For me, the use of 3D printer was really shown when there was a publication in a magazine saying that on the International Space Station, they printed a key to unscrew something on the outside.
No, the other thing is the cost of the machines of the 3D printers themselves, because like 10 years ago you couldn't find a 3D printer in the market. Now it's for 100 euro you have decent quality of 3D printers.
In the home, right?
Yes. If we're talking about metal printing,
we talk about the regular type of 3D printers.
If it's a plastic, yes, mass you can buy for a few hundred euro.
Yes, this is one of the reasons, and actually actually this is another thing that is allowing young inventors to invent, because we didn't have this technology like 30 years ago. So.
I shared this with you 10-15 years ago when I started working with 3D printers and started representing companies. In Germany, one of the biggest worldwide manufacturer of 3D printers, they gave away 5,000 printers to the below first grade kids, just to play with the technology, to get to know the technology.
One question from Petya Par: what is the most important thing for kids to know to get them into robotics? Svetослав?
Well, robotics is a lot of it's a combination of a lot of things. One is programming, but you also have to have a view of the physical world. You need to understand mechanics, physics. So this is the cool thing about robotics, that is a combination of a lot of stuff. Even not just this, but even like theory of random events. In the factory you always have random events, and robots have to be able to cope with the randomness. So this is the really interesting part. And well, you can start with programming, but you can expand from there to other fields.
The use of robots is very wide, so it depends on what they like to do. There can always be a robot in there. One of my projects when I was a student used to be a robot bartender. In my second year at school, our professor said, okay, everybody choose a robot and make an idea for application. So everybody was doing space applications. I did a robot bartender. So if you love robots, you can fit them anywhere in your daily life. So there is nothing specific you just need to have the love for the machinery.
Love for the machinery.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could say, if I should convince a child to how to go into robotics, I could tell that the robot could clean his room instead of him, and go to the groceries and throw out the bin. And I think this will convince the child. But I also agree with Svetlo, because these things regarding how to make things and how to use the mathematics, electrotechnics, physics in the real world. Actually, kids like to play and using the robot and seeing the results out of the programming, out of the thinking that you did. You see the robot do something, make mistake, so you again program something else, you change some part and so on. So this iteration, I think, is the interesting part, and the thing that you see the result. Because it's hard to learn a child to write code, because you don't always see the end result immediately. You have a lot of mistakes and so on. But when you see the robot falling, it's funny. And actually, this is one of the things that is helping children learn. And out of the lazy part with throwing the trash and so.
I think also kids, like people, they have different kind of mentalities. Some people are more interested in machines. Some people are more interested in other people. Why did you become engineers? You're engineers, right? What was your drive?
Well, I used to be in love with robotics since I remember myself.
But why?
What drives you?
What attracted you?
Maybe the movie Star Wars, maybe the movies or the books of Isaac Asimov, all the science fiction that we used to read. Access to this information.
Dreaming.
Once again, if you don't have a swimming pool, you will never learn how to swim.
Do you remember Voltron, by the way? This is what got me into robotics nowadays, because
so
of
everybody
Voltron.
has his own story.
Maybe if you hate people, you like speaking to machines, you could become engineer.
Also, if you're misanthrope, which I am, my wife doesn't like this, but you work with machines.
You start disassembling home appliances first. See how they work.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with me in this panel. I would like to invite now my colleague Jonko Chuklev in order to close the event and share a few details what we accomplished during the event. Jonko, please come join here.
Would you like to have a seat between us?
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we've discussed innovation in robotics, robotic bartenders. We've discussed about the expansion of industrial automation. We've discussed even the Tesla bot. We've discussed chips and batteries, which are the new target sectors for the EU to invest additional funds, and how Bulgaria and Central and Eastern Europe in general can play a bigger role in those sectors. We believe that by assembling this group of individuals, as we did together, from multiple sectors, fields, and niches in the fields of robotics and industrial automation, we strive to achieve the Medici effect. What is the Medici effect? Allowing all professionals to just destroy the barriers between themselves, collaborate, and create a joint innovation. As I mentioned in the first panel, a lot of the innovations which historically have happened in Bulgaria are a result of a collective effort and collective brainstorming and thinking. So we believe that by assembling this group of talented, young and not so young individuals, we've managed to achieve this effect. As Bill Gates once said, people underestimate what they can achieve in 10 years and overestimate what they can achieve in one. We know that the consolidation and the expansion of the industry is not going to happen tomorrow, and we're prepared for the long-term play in the field of robotics. Christian, over to you.
Thank you for being part of Robotics Strategy Forum 2021.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Thank you.